It's good. I've got a flight tomorrow that I want to make sure I don't miss. Yeah, exactly. Sure. All right, so let's look at where we left off. We got this sidebar here. It does feel a little narrow, but it's not terrible. We don't have a proper max height on there, though. Oh, and we're breaking an affordance right there. That should be clickable to activate the thing. Right, there it is. But here it isn't, so that's a flaw. We'll work on that. What else do we have in here? So shadow, we just pulled out, so it's just the font setting. Let's fix this real quick. Oh, and we actually have the label, but it's not working. There we go. I don't like this idea, but it'll work for now. All right, close on select. Doesn't apply. Yeah, I just think it's this checkbox that's the issue. It's not like a proper checkbox. Let me try this, though. Oh. Super Maven messed that up for some reason. Alright, so that's still not checking the way it should. Alright, that's looking okay. So yeah, now we just need the next section. Ooh, hold on. Yeah, I need to flip that. How you doing over on YouTube? Because YouTube is really annoying about music, right? They'll like demonetize based upon the music being like even if it's royalty free. There's been some trolls that have been, trolling my previous videos. So like the entire previous year where I was using royalty free music, all those like live feeds got demonetized. So it's just not worth it. So Codeverse, basically the same thing is it's how the Primogen does it, it's how Theo does it, it's how every major streamer does it. Because YouTube just sucks. Like as far as the copyright system. Contesting is super annoying, right? You got to do it like song by song instead of being able to select all of them. Like it's just a broken system. So it's just not worth dealing with. But yeah, how you doing there, Fortimus? I don't know how to pronounce that. But it's kind of nice to have it not on YouTube because then you can pick whatever music you want, right? So if you want to listen to the synthwave I got, there's Twitch, and if you want to listen to your own music, there's YouTube. So it gives people an option. Yes, I use OBS. Yeah, so the extension I use is called Multi-RTMP in OBS. So it's a plugin you have to get from their ecosystem. There's also another one that I keep forgetting the name. It's like Item or something, or Item Multi-Stream. That's another one that I think a lot of people are into as well. So yeah, check out Multi RTMP. That's the one I'm using. I've heard other people speak highly of this one too. Yeah, no worries. Okay, so that bug that we have there is because we need to turn that into a select. And I know we did a select somewhere. Okay, so then supported font families. Where do we even have that? Right here. So yeah, it's just name, so that's easy enough. Oh, looks like I did that already. So we got the select right there. This should actually end up being a label. All right, so then this is supported font families. Okay, what's up, Mashiko? How you doing? Is it an early stream? No. It's about, yeah, we're normally started by now. We did skip the news crawl today because I want to get this sidebar done. And we'll probably be ending somewhat early because we got gaming tonight. So I won't be going late like I did last night. We'll probably finish up around either 6 or 7 or something like that. And then we'll play some Pal World with Acorn and Algebra later. All right, let's try this again. Use menu root context. Why is it complaining about that? Oh, because we're doing this part still. Okay, so what I think I want to do is we got font, and then we got the label family here. This is for font family. So then I want to go back up to where we're doing background. What do I listen to? I'm listening to some synthwave, and I can give you the link right now. Yeah, no worries. It's a good album. We just bought it the other day. Okay, so we've got all of that configuration in there. It should all be fully reactive. I think I do want to maybe make some of these values be like pixel values. So yeah, we need to just change the label for some of those. That's the shadow stuff. Aha, yeah, so we want to do something like that. I believe blur is also a pixel value. Okay, so the next step is making sure that that sidebar actually scrolls independently of this. So we need a max height. I don't think that top part is 64 pixels, but oh, and yeah. Max height, 100 VH, that. Overflow scroll. Yeah, let's get what value that height is. Looks like 82. There's actually a gap there. I think that should get us pretty much there. It'll be a couple pixels off. I'm going to say 280, and then we're going to do a P4. PX4. See how we like that. I think just a little bit wider to accommodate the scroll bar is probably worth it. Yeah, I like it. So now what I'm thinking is this whole like about and source and all that, we're gonna put up here in the header, and then we don't need this like footer section. All right, so I got the by CM griffing in the top. Let's go grab those links though. Ooh. And do a div around it. All right, so then this is class flex row item center gap 2. Let's do a gap 8. Okay, I like that. And yeah, I know there's some way to do this. There's some way to do this without calc. Oh, I don't know. I wasn't looking at the traffic. Looks like 42 visitors from Twitter. Should be able to filter that. Yeah, all those were from a different day. No. Yeah, those were like a little over a week ago. But yeah, no, thanks for shouting it out anyway. I don't know if it was like time to hype it up yet because we got so much we're trying to change still. But yeah, you know, if I wait till I'm ready, I'll never be ready, right? It does chew up some RAM, doesn't it? All right, so why do we have that sidebar there? So it's really on the main that that's happening. What's up, Salmon? How you doing? Okay, so now I can change that calc a bit. Yeah, I think it's looking pretty good so far. We're doing PX4. We'll do a PB8 as well. That way it gives us a little spacing down here. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. What I think I want to do next is maybe we want to allow it to be collapsible. All right, probably not a bad idea. Oh, interesting. A Saturday and Glasses isn't streaming right now. Hmm. So I don't necessarily want an accordion. Oh, we could actually just do multiple true. Okay, we're going to add accordion. But yeah, I think the sidebar is starting to look pretty good. I should do a vitamin D before I forget. And yeah, we're gonna have to really consider how we end up doing like the mobile responsiveness for that sidebar. Now, granted, how many people are actually going to be using this from mobile? At the end of the day, should probably make it work anyway. All right, so language and theme, we're going to leave as their own things, and then we end up doing this. So instead of separator, right, this then becomes background. USP, what do you mean by that? I think maybe you misunderstand the type of diffing I'm doing. This is for social sharing. Let me just get this accordion going and I'll totally show you. But yeah, 1 second. I just don't want to like lose the flow of this part. No, that's fine. And yeah, like it'll definitely be something I want to like show and explain, but I just yeah, I just want to make sure I maintain this context. That's all. Yeah, for sure. And what's up, 8? How you doing? All right, so that's the background section. And we'll do the layout section. And then the font section, which is the last one. Yeah, I'm using solid UI. Exactly. Yeah, this over here. I hope I actually like this accordion, otherwise I'm gonna be a little bummed. But whatever. Now hold on, did I miss some installation steps? I gotta add the following animations to our Tailwind config. Oh, looks like we already had it. Okay. Yeah, looks great. I tend to pick Mantine, but that's because I'm familiar with it and it solves most of the problems I need to solve. There's also Shad CN, which is very similar to Solid UI. Technically, Solid UI takes inspiration from Shad CN. There's a bunch of others. It depends on what you're trying to build. All right, so unofficial port of Shad CN. There was another one that they're wrapping as well, I think. Tremor. So another one to check out is Tremor if you're building dashboards. But yeah, I tend to pick Mantine. Yeah, no worries, Godbleed. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. Exactly. I think it's actually a nice benefit, right? You get to play your own music instead. I'm not a fan of Flowbyte. I think Flowbyte's just a little too much like building it yourself. I'd say Flowbyte and even Shad CN are more applicable if you're going to be building out your own design system. I don't think most things actually need a design system, though. Okay, so we definitely need to add spacing back to those accordion content sections. Can we just do class directly on that? No. Oh, yeah, yeah, it is pretty cool. All right, there we go. Now we get some spacing. That looks a bit better to me. Right? I like how they have the separators for us, so we don't have to do separator ourselves. Trevenge, all of this styling was available already. We just moved it to a sidebar instead of a settings button. No, it's fine, Gokton. No, your questions were all right. So the only thing I'm finding annoying here is that we have like extra padding above it now. So maybe I want to ditch the gap. And then instead, PB4 on these. And then that should just move the background like thing up just a little bit. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. Now I guess here's another thing. What props are allowed? Hmm. So I almost want these to be like open by default. Hmm. So there isn't an open. Hmm. I find that a bit annoying. Hmm. I actually want these to be open by default. Oh, is that it? That's it. Okay. Yes, we'll just add font to it. That's actually kind of nice. Okay, that's not a bad API. I like that. All right, so this way the user can like open and close the ones they care about. Okay. And yeah, let me get the default example on Giphy. Yeah, we've got a state issue for that, which is a little annoying. All right, so yeah, Winnie, are you still out there? This is basically what we're trying to do here. Right, so you see how this is like animating between the two states? What we want to do is then generate that into a GIF, which is generating right now. Oh, and yeah, we've got like some state bug there. So yeah, ignore that. I don't know what the issue for that is. We'll just refresh for now. But the idea is, how would you share a diff like that to social media? You can definitely do it in like HTML, CSS using Shiki and Shiki Magic Move, but you can't really share it to social media. So instead, right, we have to take the values that they're going to give us for where these like DOM nodes should be, because that's how Shiki works. And, we need to turn it into a GIF that we could download and share to social media. These are not in-ear monitors. They're just buds. right? The in-ear monitors are the ones that like jam in. I can't do those. So, right, my ears are perfectly shaped for these types of buds, just because I snowboarded with them for like a decade, and I snowboarded like 150 days a year, 6 hours a day minimum. Like, yeah, I have shaped and molded my ears to where these like fit perfect. Like I can shake around, I can snowboard with them. Like, yeah. So yeah, I don't need in-ear monitors, and I hate in-ear monitors because I actually have really waxy ears. Like they look so gross. But if you still want like a link, I forget the exact name. It's like File headphones, something like that. Yeah, and they're dirt cheap. So yeah, you can get them on AliExpress for like $5. Yeah, it's basically these ones. You can get them on Amazon too. And they're nice quality. Like, yeah, pretty good. Another brand that I highly recommend. I don't know if they have the braided cables anymore, but Venture Electronics Monk. Yeah, no worries. This is another really great cheap brand. I don't remember if they do like the nice braided cable though. Doesn't look like they do. Yeah, I have a bunch of headphones. Like, I got these M220 AKGs that I use for like video editing. I've got these. What is the model number? Fostex TXOs. Yeah, AKG is great. I love these Fostexes too. I also have a pair of Hi-Fi Mans. Like basically, before Drop became Drop, they were known as Mass Drop. And when I got my first, you haven't heard of Fostex? Oh, they're really good. Yeah, they're a really high quality brand. Yeah, check out Fostex for sure. But yeah, before Drop was Drop, it was Mass Drop, and you would like pre-order ahead of time for a drop they were gonna do, etc. Now you can just buy a lot of stuff from them. But yeah, back in the day when I got my first dev job, I went really deep into like the keyboard and like the audio space because it was stuff I couldn't afford to get nice stuff of before my dev job. I was a snowboard bum. Like I snowboarded 150 days a year during the summer and winter. It was the best time of my life, but I was broke, you know. I worked at ski resorts. Bayer Dynamic, another great brand, for sure. But yeah, Fostex does some really good stuff. Like, very expensive, though. Right? Like, look at it. They got some headphones that are like $3,000. Different audio setup for every app you use? Yeah, no, that's fine. I get it. Some games are better for certain things. But yeah, Fostex is a very, like, high fidelity, expensive brand. So is Hi-Fi Man. The Hi-Fi Mans I have are much cheaper than these. Yeah, exactly. So I wouldn't necessarily recommend you get them, but I do have them and I like them. Like, not these. The Hi-Fi Mans I have are kind of like meh, but they're the only, like, planar magnetic headphones that I have. Take it easy there, Moshiko. Definitely not something to really discuss here on Twitch. Sorry. Oh yeah, I never spent more than like 300 on any of these headphones. So yeah, those Fostex TXOs, they're probably pretty cheap. Yeah, see. But they are planar magnetic. I forgot that part, actually. So yeah, these are exactly them. It's 150 bucks. Like, yeah, super cheap. The Mass Drop Bayer Dynamics I would probably check out, too. These look nice. I wish they weren't like the fuzz caps though. I would prefer like the smooth leather. Exactly. Yeah, you get diminishing returns when you go above a certain level. It ends up being a lot of snake oil for like really, really high end audio. Yeah, yeah, Drop's a good site. Yeah, yeah, they got a bunch of cool stuff. I would say like do your shopping around. If you ever want to review headphones, there's Headfi. So yeah, like if you're really looking for like the best reviews and everything, just check out like the specific headphones you're looking at on Headfi and see how people review them. Those Venture Electronics Monk earbuds I linked are actually like one of the higher rated like earbuds. And they're like $10, you know. Uh, yeah, hold on. I think some of their higher end ones do the braided cable, but let's look at them real quick. Did we break it? I think we broke it. Let me get more music going though. It's not that one. Sony MDR. Gotcha. Oh, that looks like a nicer cable. Like different kind of braiding. Yeah, I guess they don't do the braided cables anymore. I feel like they used to. Like this definitely looks like a nicer cable. Yeah, exactly. This one does look all right. Yeah, I'm surprised they stopped doing braided. I could have sworn I had a pair that had braided cables. Rick Rubin uses the MDR 7506. Sounds about right. Here we go. This one does a braided cable. But holy shit. Fuck that. No way. Nope. Not gonna happen. Yeah, so you only get the braided on their like super expensive ones, which I don't think are worth it. Like you're gonna get massively diminishing returns on on earbuds. Like earbuds are pretty much never worth it for like expensive stuff. This is crazy to me. Yeah, none of these are worth it. No, definitely not worth it for the braiding. Oof. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, it doesn't mean better, but they get tangled less. That's the main reason you get any of that. Ooh, I will say, yeah, you might not know this, but I do want to remove it. The word gyp is actually kind of a slur against gypsies. I didn't know that, like, you know, but yeah. I'd prefer not to have that in chat, so I just removed it. You didn't know, so it's probably fine. It's fine. It's like such a common term that you might not realize it. No, you're good. You're totally good. Someone informed me of it when I was in like junior high. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But, you know, it's actually like, you know, kind of racist against Romanian people because they were typically the gypsies. The GYP, yeah, 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 I get it. Yeah, that makes sense, LG. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you knew. Mm-hmm. But yeah, these headphones, you know, you can get the braided cable, super cheap, 99 cents. So yeah, I'd almost buy like 10 of them just to like stock up. But okay, so I would say I like what we're doing with the sidebar. Let me double check something here. We're gonna do this too. Exactly. I have no idea. I've never actually bought anything from AliExpress. Anyone here got any experience with it? I've been tempted, that's for sure. Oh, between 2 and 3 weeks. Okay. So yeah, if you don't need it immediately, it's probably a good idea. When you say resizing, you mean that like drag? That's just something I'm doing. You know, so I just built the handle myself. Tried using the drag and drop API and it was not great. So instead I had to use like mouse down and mouse move. Yeah, I kind of like this. How do I find solid? I'm not a big fan. I really don't like the inability to destructure props. A utility to do that for you would be kind of nice, and I might try and build that utility, but I still just kind of find it annoying. It's fine, Moshiko. Yeah, yeah, just letting you know. All right, so let me check some of the social media stuff. Ooh, and yeah, hold on, I gotta do some follows. There we go. Oh, there is a destructure utility? Okay, I just didn't know about it. That makes sense. Yeah, solid primitives is probably really good. I just haven't looked into it enough. Yeah, I should definitely look more into solid primitives for sure. But yeah, in my opinion, really, like, Solid's issue is the ecosystem. You know, even Solid UI is really lacking on the documentation front. Solid Start is lacking on the documentation front. And it's all stuff that can be improved. It's all, you know, they're all working on it, but at some point, I just want to be productive. I don't want to deal with gaps in docs. So I'm typically not an early adopter of things. I'm just doing this for the hackathon. Mm-hmm. Account created March 1st, huh? Questionable, to say the least. Oh, it's fine. Yeah, I like building stuff. It's just, you know, because I'm focused more on the end result than I am on the process, I don't care about using the latest and greatest. I can understand all sorts of reasons why Solid is technically great, but at the end of the day, those technical reasons don't actually help me build an app faster. But again, like, I like learning and messing with all these things, so yeah. I would not have learned any of this stuff without trying it. You wouldn't use Solid Start? Why is that? I'm curious. As like a Solid fan, why wouldn't you use Solid Start? Like, what would you use instead if you needed to get server-side rendering? But okay, I think what we got for this sidebar stuff is looking pretty good. Let's do a diff. I'll leave footer commented for now. Yeah, I'll look at it here in a sec. I actually don't mind opinionated stuff. One thing I really wish Solid Start did have is the idea that you could do, like, nested middleware rather than just global middleware and doing like route checking. So yeah, Fresh from Dino has a really good concept of middleware where you can have middleware at the top level for everything, and then you can have middleware scoped to like a subsection of routes. I really like that. And I haven't looked, but I assume that you could even make this route be like underscore admin, and then it wouldn't even be part of the URL. I'm not positive. I don't know that about that for sure, but that would be ideal. And then you could have like nested middleware that applies to, only a subset of your routes, rather than going into your top level and doing like a route check. And that's especially better because if you're doing the global thing, but you're still trying to like nest these within an ephemeral folder that doesn't make it into your route, then, your route check wouldn't even have that part of the path to look at. So yeah, I think Fresh has one of the best middleware systems I've seen. Keep in mind that the way Solid Start does it is the same way that Next.js does it, and it's the same way that Astro does it. The problem is that like Solid Start and Astro are pretty like new for that kind of functionality. Next.js is not new, right? So they're lacking approach to middleware, doesn't get the benefit of the doubt that they might actually fix it, right? It seems that people just don't care. So yeah, I personally I don't even think Next is great for like the back end for front end approach even because of that. But I don't use Next much, mainly for reasons like that. I feel like what they're building is for tools or for the types of apps that I just typically don't build. I don't actually need server-side rendering most of the time. I will often prefer to build out a REST API that's completely separated, and then build a marketing site that's statically rendered, and then build a dashboard site, like, the back-end dashboard that's actually client-side rendered. I don't see many use cases for actual server-side rendering, personally. They do exist, things where you have something where you need the SEO, but individually rendering every page when there's a change is untenable, right? So think classifieds, right? Like Craigslist style sites. Think like car sales. Think e-commerce, Those are the main use cases for server-side rendering with these front-end frameworks. I just don't make those types of apps a lot. Like e-commerce is the best use case for SSR. And if you're doing e-commerce, you should be doing server-side rendering. Like, I totally get it. It's just, I don't build e-commerce very much. And if I was going to, I'd probably still reach for something like Magento, something more robust. I do think Medusa is fairly compelling, but I haven't used it yet. Even then, I still wonder how much like stuff am I going to have to build versus just using Magento that has all of that stuff built already. So again, like, I want to get stuff done. I don't want to be on the bleeding edge. I really don't like the fact that their pricing is basically, yeah, free for you plebs, and then, yeah, if you got to ask us, you can't afford it kind of stuff, Like, geez. I'm curious what their license is, though. Could I just spin up a Medusa.js hosting platform? MIT license? Again, like, these are not recommendations. These are things I use. I'm not saying what you should or shouldn't use. You should figure out what you like yourself. If I'm building a marketing site or some type of static, like, content site that I care about SEO, it's probably going to be Astro. If I'm building a dashboard, it'll probably be React, but client-side rendered. And those end up being basically the only types of sites that I build. And then I'm going to have a REST API for the dashboard to hit, but that'll be separate. I'm not going to commingle those two things. Right? Your front end and your back end should be aware that each other exist, but they shouldn't be too tightly coupled. Right? Your back end shouldn't care what your front end is rendered with. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you want to build fast, use what you know. Maybe Moshiko, but like, what type of app are you building? That should be your choice for why you would pick next. If you don't know, you're kind of just picking what's popular. Right? If you're going to build a dashboard application that a user has to log into that you don't care about SEO or any of that stuff, there's no reason to use Next.js. Like, pretty much zero. So anything login gated, why would you do that with Next? You could just do per route bundling with any client-side rendered framework. When I build my APIs, I am currently using arc.codes. I like Architect because it deploys out to Lambda nice and easy, but it solves some of the common problems like scheduled events or queues. It solves some of the common problems like WebSockets via API Gateway. It solves some of the common problems like DynamoDB indexes and tables. A lot of that stuff, like, I don't use the whole thing, but those things I do use are very simple and easy rather than having to configure that myself. At some point, I may consider looking at things like Hono, etc. I might consider using SST, but right now, with the framework that I've built around Architect for things like my ORM around Dynamo, for things like my middleware, and the way I can generate open API specs from like some metadata within the route, like all that stuff I've built out, and it would take a major consideration for me to want to migrate that like external tooling I've already built. So, all right, let's continue evaluating this. Yeah, and, you know, it's worth checking out. An interesting thing, like, Theo has mentioned that he didn't think Architect was actually worth looking at until he saw the stuff I built on top of it, right? Like, the meta framework I built for my own stuff, right? Because Architect is very much like bare bones. You're going to have to build a lot of your own tooling to make it a better experience. Or you're going to be building something so small that you probably don't benefit from using Architect. But yeah, the way I can generate an open API spec, like if we go look at Walter, We can go to documentation, API reference. I build my open API spec in a really cool way to where like all of this is dynamically built from my open API spec using MarkDoc. So I get these like Stripe style docs pretty much automatically built nice and easy. And I only get that because of how I've done the metadata for my backend. So it would take a while for me to want to consider migrating away from it because then I'd have to build all this kind of stuff again myself. And what up, Ash? How you doing? So yeah, just because I use it doesn't mean you should use it. I have reasons I pick some of these things. That doesn't mean that they are reasons you should pick some of these things. You should put in the effort, look into these things, try them out, see what you like and don't like. And yeah, how you doing, Zert? What you up to? You're on dog duty, huh? That can be a bit rough. Hell yeah, Ash. What kind of role? Oh, that's not going to generate because we killed the server. That's right. So yeah, let's finish looking at this and make a commit. Yep, all that's looking good. Let me just do a quick search for console log. I may have left one of those in. That looks fine to me. Pretty sure I got some stuff I'm not using in here anymore. Yeah, we're not using drop-down menu at all. So let's clean up some of these imports that we're not using. Cybersecurity and development manager at a company called EIP Cloud. Awesome, man. Hell yeah. Is this your first role in management? Nice. So that's what you meant by improving your career. Hell yeah, dude. Just trying to make sure all this is how I wanted it. Yeah, we'll leave that commented. All right. 'Cause 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 right. 'C I'm going to double check one other thing real quick. Let me get more music going, though. Hey, Josh, thanks for the bits. Ooh, is our bot running? It is. All right, one thing. Wait, that didn't copy? FBC 737. Yeah, thanks, Josh. How you doing? All right, so then for solid color, I think we'll still do just that like light blue or something. Which we have. Perfect. You're doing well? Nice. Okay. Yeah, I like it. So we did that. What was one other thing I wanted to double check? Oh, I wanted to double check this. What does this page end up looking like? Okay, so yeah, this page and yeah, that is loading. Okay, but we may have some bugs. Our token was expired. And there's definitely like a background color difference. Is that visible on your guys' screen? Right? Like the background color here versus the background color there? I can't seem to find where the... Okay, so you guys can't see it. It's definitely there. Maybe it's just on my screen. It's definitely there. Okay, so hold on. Uh, yeah. So we see OA versus O9. So it's like so subtle. It's like so subtle. But I don't know where that's coming from. Hmm. All right, so we see 9911. I think I just need to do it on the top level CSS. Uh, I could have sworn we had a CSS file. What'd you miss? We're almost done with this. We're almost done with this sidebar. I just noticed one thing I kind of want to fix. And I'm not seeing the file where we would edit that. Oh, app.css. Yeah, brain fart. Brain fart. There it was. Well, I think when I update the CSS file, I need to do it. Yeah, exactly. It's like so subtle. But I don't know where it's coming from. What's wired? So that's it. That was actually it. It was the CSS variable. I may still have to refresh to see the change. I guess that was not the CSS variable. All right, so hold on. It's just so weird that we can't even identify the separation based on the element. But it's got to be what's being set up here, right? So if I do that, oh, and that ends up being just white right there. Wonder if it's something the browser's doing. All right, so how is the theme switcher actually setting dark mode? Yeah, I think we'll leave that as just a bug to be solved. We don't need to solve it in this PR. Yeah, I undid the light mode one. Okay, I do want to do that, though. We'll just add it to the amend. All right, so yeah, I'm going to get that merged in. Oh, yep. Yeah, I like it. Good job, prettier. Nailing it. All right. And that would be why. Yep. Yeah, so I should have done a pull. Yeah. All right. So yeah, the auto styling ended up kicking in automatically. But what's up, Larobi? I think that's fine. Nothing to be worried about. Well, then treat this as a lesson in immersion, right? Why does someone else's decisions and choices impact you so much? Right? If you got a fear of spiders, let some spiders crawl on you. All right, so I'm going to say we're probably good on this PR. And yeah, we'll get Disdain's merge done. Looks like he's busy. And yeah, I'll just make that change. So yeah, I don't know if this one is something we're actually going to merge because we're changing some stuff. And now it's got conflicts. Yeah, so I don't know. We'll see. Monroe, if you're out there, I'd be happy to chat more about it. I just spilt a little bit. It's fine. All right, so we pull that in. Damn, this album's crunchy. Okay, so let's double check the issues, see if there's any low-hanging fruit. Yeah, hold on. Let me close this. Because we got it merged. Let's see. Anything you can work on? I mean, do any of these look fun to you? Yeah, if any of these look fun, you can grab one. Let me do a refresh real quick. I don't know. Yeah, I think the watermark maybe we just hold off on for a bit, because I'm still not even sure what we'd do. I mean, the idea would just be that we put the Giphium logo, right? Like that font inside of the editor or something. It's not a bad idea. And you could put it over in layout. Yeah, it's not a bad idea at all. I'd say slider. Yeah, let's create an issue for that. I like that. So yeah, leave a comment on the issue, and I can assign it to you. Just makes it easier, keeps from like overlapping effort. Uh, and yeah, we definitely have too many tabs open right now. So 11 days, plenty of time. Yeah, let's get a few of these like closed down. Oh, and hold on. I want to keep Chalkist around a bit. Oh yeah, we got plenty of time. Like I think we're basically done. I just need to fix some of the other stuff. Oh, hold on. We're gonna leave that one around. We'll leave code image too. Oh, I think I have to refresh. Cool, cool. Yeah, thanks, Salmon. Oh, wanted to keep the font library around. We can get rid of Carbon now. Don't care about Terso at the moment. GitHub goes away. That can go away. Actually had that twice. And there we go. Okay, so we cleaned up a little bit. Will we be getting after back to Walter? Yeah, for sure. Probably won't be able to really start in on Walter. I want to say until like after JS Nation, because yeah, I do have some like when I get back from like the office, like after the trip this week on Saturday and possibly Sunday, I'm gonna need to work on my slide like presentation for Open Feature Summit. And honestly, we might even have to work on that tomorrow. But yeah, my slide presentation for Open Feature Summit, really, it's going to be pretty simple. Basically, because I've got the blog post already made. So it's gonna be mainly just taking the data and info from that blog post and turning it into a 10-minute presentation, practicing that, and then being ready to give it. All right, so let's continue. Yeah, our main feature right now is I need to get the saved snippets actually editable. So let's get that going. Once I do that, I might do the help modal, just because I think I really do appreciate Monroe putting in that effort on the help modal, but I think the goalposts for it have shifted a bit based upon like how this layout is. We're gonna have like the little help icon over on the right, sure, but it's going to be the same modal that you get when you first land on the page that explains how the process works. Hey, Danielle, Mr. Sir, thanks for the sub. Oh, I haven't checked on my fantasy football stuff. That good reminder. Thank you. Yeah, Tota beat me bad last week. Let me look at my team real quick. Yeah, I got some questionables out there. But yeah, Danielle, thank you for that sub. Um, 'Cause I don't really have a. Here's the tough part. Do I do Zay Flowers or Darnell Mooney? I think I gotta do Zay Flowers. I may end up regretting it, but oh well. So yeah, if we look at the matchup, we're looking at about a differential of 3 points. They got 9 out of their kicker, which is pretty solid. So yeah, it's not going to be an easy fight. But we'll see. Who am I playing against this week? Tom. All right, good luck, Tom. Yeah, so we've got the app running. Yep. 6-game losing streak, but in your other league, 6-game winning streak. Brutal. And is that your team? Are you Tom? No worries, you don't have to dox yourself if so. And ooh, damn, the wind is coming in. Now it's getting a little chilly in this room. Okay, you are not Tom. So I'm in third place right now. Tom's in second. So yeah, this is a battle. We both have the same record. But he has more points over the season, which is how the tiebreakers work. And of course, Danielle's in the lead. You going against Robertables this week? Oh, yeah, and you guys both have an even record, too. That one's tough. Tota has a pretty solid showing so far against Danielle, though. Yeah, Tota might be kicking Danielle his next loss. Oh yeah, there's someone out. Someone. Ooh, a couple people on bye weeks. Yeah, Danielle, if you're out there, don't forget to set your lineup. We could tag him too. That's the right thing to do. There we go. Yeah. All right, so back to what we're doing. Yes, we want to get the login going. Authenticating. No snippets found. All right, so then I'm logged in. We'll call this one default. Error creating snippet. Well, that's not good. Ooh, bad request. Font family, font size required. Status code 5 hundo, sad panda. SQLite error. Ah. What's up, Suyash? How you doing? So yeah, I feel like DrizzleKit is giving us some migration issues. I don't know why. Yeah, it has been a bit. I'm doing awesome. Yeah, we're just hanging out. Snippets table already exists. Let me do one thing real quick. All right, so .env there looks fine to me. Oh, I would have needed to save it. Ah, there we go. Okay. No, like, the problem is that the migrations table was empty. So it's trying to run migrations that have already been run. And yeah, this DB browser for SQLite kind of sucks. Like, there we go. So we see that when we go into migrations, we browse the data, we can see that they did run. If I try and rerun, I feel like it's emptying that out. Oh, applied successfully. All right, so we should be good. There's a VS Code plugin for doing it? Okay, I might switch to that. Yeah, this app is just not great. Oh, looks like I have it installed. You're doing SQLite 3 editor? So you're using that one? I did get the one with 2 million downloads instead. This one looks like it has a dark mode as well. So now I think I just click. No. Okay, this one's not bad. All right, so we're not going to have any users because we need to relog in. We're going to skip this song because it's a bit chaotic. Oh yeah, Dorama sand. It's even better. Yeah, maybe. I don't know why it has 2 million either. Could be botted. Oh, and yeah, that's why that's not loading. Oh yeah, yeah. It's Dorama sands actually. Right, smoothest thick arrow in the business. Right, you see any hard edges on that thick arrow? Nope. How's your code gonna flow if your font doesn't flow? Oh, Salmon, did you already finish that? Oh yeah, I just noticed that. That was just a few minutes ago. So I'm curious why you needed to add this here, right? Weren't we putting that through elsewhere? Oh, hold on. So create animation frame. Yeah, I'm passing the width in already. So I don't, yeah, I don't think we need to pass that in. Yeah. See, I'd say maybe just remove that line. And then let me continue looking at this. Rest looks good. Yeah. Hey, thanks, Gavin. Appreciate you. Hell yeah. Yeah, thanks for the sub there, Bruce. Appreciate you. Yeah, welcome back. And yeah, how you doing, Gavin? Like, Bruce, what you guys up to? Let me shout out some follows that I totally missed. That's my bad. For Army Ranger and uh, D. Velasquez, Lightwave Mike, or I'll just say Mike, Marcos Reaper, Faux Null, and Sudip. Thank you for the follows. Welcome. And yeah, Hype Train. We got a Hype Train going. Let me go use the restroom, and I do need to restart the dryer real quick. So give me a sec. It'll be a quick one. And put on a hoodie as well. There we go. You're gonna make a game. So yeah, give yourself a 3-month deadline to work on an FPS-ish game. Nice. Hell yeah. Well, that sounds kind of fun. So the Solid Hackathon is called Solid Hack. Here is the link for you. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, if you got something really cool you want to build, I'd say go for it. You are somewhat running out of time, but 11 days might be just plenty for you. You never know. So yeah, submission portal is open. On the 14th, submissions close. And yeah, check out the categories. So basically, like the best Solid Start app, right? Just an application that uses Solid Start's features. And then the best like Solid Start ecosystem utility. I'm not even sure what that really means, but I'll submit my Shiki Magic Move port over to it. It's definitely not going to win, but might as well submit. There were also some submissions. So if you want to contribute to Cobalt or Corvu, right? I think a color picker would be a pretty good option. Hold on. That's fine. I'm just letting you know. And what up, Ranok? How you doing? No, but there's a good website to find them. What is it? Dev.2? Dev Post. That's it. So yeah, Dev Post has a bunch of hackathons, like, so I would say maybe use that site. So yeah, the Twitch Streamer Tools one, you only have 2 days left. So that one's a little tougher. Christy? I don't know. That's like a tough question. I'm old enough that I had a GeoCities site. I did some Flash stuff in high school. I had a MySpace account to teach me CSS. I didn't start seriously pursuing it until I was like 30. So yeah, that would have been, let's just call it 2010. Technically, hold on, 2010. I would have only been like 26 at the time. I've been a front-end lead, like front-end engineer, but also kind of full stack from time to time. For most of my career, I'm a developer advocate now. But yeah, there's a lot of hackathons going. I live in Washington State, near Seattle. Yeah, this is actually kind of crazy. I didn't realize how many hackathons are really just going on. Yeah, I've done one hackathon with Rocks and the Coppinger at one point that was on this site, and then the Twitch hackathon site was through it as well. Oh, nice, Godbleak. Yeah, I'm actually over in Redmond, but yeah. Do you ever go to Seattle JS? I don't know if you know about that meetup, but it's solid. It's like really good. I won't be able to make it to the November one because I'll be in Salt Lake City a for a conference. But the December one is just like a Christmas party. GitHub's hosting one. December 18th. So you got to leverage Azure. Okay. Doable. Oh, Washington is just south of you. Gotcha. There's a good Vancouver JS meetup, too. But yeah, let me get more music going. And yeah, let's keep building. Oh, this one just started. If you're a game dev, hey, Gavin, maybe check this one out. Yeah, I've met the guy that organizes the Vancouver one. It's really good. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, 150K in prizes. I'm really curious. Right? Best game, 25 grand. Second best, 10. Third place, 10. Most time saved to build game. I don't even know what that means. 10 grand. Best implementation, originality and creativity. Use of AWS services. Right? Best user experience, honorable mention. Yeah, this is awesome. I would say if you're a game dev out there, you should be checking it out for sure. And looks like these are the judges. Makes sense. I feel like I've seen this dude on social media before. I've definitely seen Ali on social media before. Right now, there's only 100 people registered. I kind of like your chances. So the time saved would be using Amazon Q, the generative AI powered assistant to build your game faster. So basically, that's how they'd be evaluating the time saved. Damn, yeah. If I guess I'd want to look at the terms. Like you still own your game, right? I guess I'd want to double check that first. Because I could definitely build out battle boats, right? Like the Battleship with Friends game. Yeah, I'd have to look at the full rules just to make sure like ownership is still mine. But yeah, 28 days. Yeah, if I wasn't traveling for most of the month, I might actually consider it. Yeah, this could be cool. Damn. So yeah, I'm gonna need to start checking DevPost more. I mean, I want to launch Walter before any of it. Yeah, some of these have a lot in prizes. Atlassian's doing one. Yeah, I'm gonna want to like keep an eye on some of this eventually. I feel like it'd be fun to just do some of these for stream content. But let's get back to what we're doing. And Salmon, are you looking to do another issue? Sure, I could see that. Where would you want to put it? Maybe at the very bottom, above background? Feel like that one's a nice to have. But yeah, I could see it. I think it'd work. Yeah, if you want to do that one, go for it. I would say the next like priority one might be syntax highlighting for like the start and end steps, right? So like these instead of just a text area, making Shiki highlight these. But yeah, if you want to add a reset button, I would say down at the bottom makes sense to me. Yeah, I mean, whichever ones you want. Like, I appreciate you putting in the effort. Uh, oh, it does change something because when you click generate, how are you going to generate the actual GIF, right? The reason that we do the hidden one is because if you were to click generate while you're in the middle of this thing animating, your start and the end state are not correct. So the hidden one is required to make sure that you're not starting the GIF at the wrong like start point. So if you were to click generate while it's in the middle of that animation, you're going to get the wrong values. But yeah, so what I want to do then is, yep, we need to log in. Oh, broke something there. Ooh. Well, what kind of cloud are we talking about? Nimbus? Cumulonimbus? Those are the only two I remember. I almost said Stradivarius, and that's not a type of cloud. Cirrus, Cumulus, Stratus. Stratus. Okay, so Stradivarius was kind of close. And then Nimbus. And then there's like Cumulonimbus. Like there's like mixtures of them. Yeah, Cumulonimbus, Stratocumulus, like blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the sun. You can keep it. It's all yours. The sun's trying to kill me. And thanks for the follows, Isden and Christy. Appreciate that. All right, so we've actually got a bug that I probably want to solve. Wait, what did I do here? And real quick, Salman, if you are getting started on one of those, maybe make sure you do a poll real quick because I did just a quick hot fix. Yeah, no worries. Just letting you know. Oh yeah, you tagged Godbleak. Yeah. Christy, like, why are you asking about Cloud? Right, a more specific question would definitely help. All right, so yeah, I think this SQLite that we got here, I'm gonna uninstall that. That one kind of sucks. Um, and that one doesn't look great. I think I might do this one just to give it a shot. The one you recommend does get 5 stars. This one also does too. So, yeah, we'll give this one a shot. Now, if I just click the file, it's browsable. I like that. That's a way better feature. Nice. Oh, interesting. Doesn't seem like I can drop it or delete it, though. Why is it read only, though? Is it because it's free? It's on the free tier? Yep, okay. So let's try this one. No, I don't want that. Why is that there? All right, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I've used Connects. It's a bit outdated. You don't get really good like type safety from it. The author of Connects has created Keysly, which is like the spiritual successor. What's up, Vibrant? Been a little bit. How you doing? Oh, nice. Hell yeah. Yeah, no worries, Godbleak. And yeah, you get like better type safety. So that's like the main reason to pick it over Connects. I think one thing to recognize though is that this is definitely not an ORM. It's a query builder, so you don't get like relations. So if you're looking for relations, you may want to check out Drizzle. And hey, Crafty Sheep, thanks for the sub. Hell yeah. And yeah, thanks for the sub, Sheep. Appreciate that. So to export style settings or a way to save load them. Not right now. Technically, we're just using local storage. So when you make changes, they're just like stored. Another thing we're doing is like right now we have these like saved snippets. That's the part that I need to like keep working on here. The general idea is I need to log out and fix this login bug first. So like when you save an individual snippet, right? Like the individual snippet will have those settings saved rather than using your local storage. Headless. Headless means that the logic of the component is what's shipped in the library, but the actual presentation of it is not. Which means that you have full control over the HTML that gets rendered. So as an example, if we just look at, some of this real quick. Oh, wait, did I kill it? Oh, I did kill it. Yeah, no worries, Goop. Yep, I have definitely done React Native and Expo stuff. I really hate the app stores, though. They're just so annoying to work with. Expo makes some of that stuff way easier, but still not easy because Apple and Google are really annoying about their walled garden. All right, so the idea being, right, you see how we have this accordion? The headless component would take in the props of like what the elements for the component are and which component is open and all that stuff, like which like accordion part is shown or hidden and whether it should hide the others. Like all that logic can be done without even controlling what gets rendered. So then you can give a consumer the ability to inject the element that you want to render, but you're still tracking the state for them. So that's the magic of a headless component. It means that your consumers of your component library have full control over the rendering, and you're just managing the state. For simple things like a button, it doesn't make as much sense. But even then, maybe you could have buttons that are dealing with like loading state or things like that. So yes, like for more complicated things like a dropdown, a headless component would still maintain the logic of what gets selected, but you would maintain the actual like rendering of it. I believe Apple has APIs for that. I'd have to look it up. I think, yeah, that's something you're just gonna have to research. Apple has a background like API. I forget how to use it. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much the way to do it. Android should have the same APIs. But yeah, this isn't like your own personal Stack Overflow. We're not going to switch what we're doing to go look into that for you. All right, so boom, we recreate that same bug. So it's something happening in our backend endpoint. Oh, and that's it. So hold on. We want to make sure that the log is preserved when we navigate. And I still need to go back in and delete this row again. All right, so we get that error again. So we can reproduce it consistently at least. Yeah, the get is the 401. When we do this post to OAuth, we get, right, we send that payload with it. The response that comes back oh, interesting. Hold on. So the thing that's happening is that we're getting this undefined cannot be passed as an argument to the database. My guess is it's something in here. So that other stuff looks fine. All right, so now we need to get back to here. Remove this user again. Log in again. So GitHub user dot email ID login avatar URL. Login avatar URL. ID. Email. And here's the thing. We know that the user is being created. Undefined cannot be passed as argument to the database. All right, so we got to go through and do this again. We click save. Right, like it's being inserted. So it couldn't be that part. So we're passing the OAuth code. But here, if we look at it, we do see that authorization. Yeah, authorization's being sent. So we definitely have a token, so it's not that spot. All right, so yeah, let's make sure we removed the user again. We did. We log in, sign up again. And yeah, how's it going, Alex? I don't know. Let me know how to pronounce that. We get logged in just fine there. Okay, so that might have been it. If I go log out, and we log back in again, That was absolutely it. Yeah, so it's the fact that we weren't assigning the new user to the response. And response was coming back empty. So now if we go OAuth post, we see the user come back. Perfect. All right, so that was it. Yeah, so then encoding the JWT, even though we had one, it actually had an empty ID value. So that's the issue. All right, perfect. Yeah, that's it. That's all it was. And then, yeah, we're going to do const created at is equal to date.now. And then created at is just that. And then we just duplicate it here because it's brand new. And we call that good. So yeah, we're going to push up that hotfix. All right, so I just did another quick fix there. So you may need to pull that down as well, Salmon, but it shouldn't be a merge conflict for you. All right, and then next one, yeah, we want to tackle the editability of a saved snippet, so we need to actually save some snippets. So we go back to here. We're going to call this one default. Yep, and we want to make that fix the same. So yeah, we made that a px4 instead of a p4, and we want to do the same thing for this one. And yeah, what's everyone's Saturday looking like? Anything fun? Personal side project? Hell yeah. All right, so what we've got is this thing is now saved over here, but none of this is actually making it into the changes that we have, so things are broken. All right, and these setters are actually the main issue. Now let's go look at that solid primitive. And realistically, maybe we just want to move it into a store. So wait, controlled props. Let's look at that one. Oh, there you go, Metageza. I like that. Right, to fill in for, for a site that doesn't have an RSS feed or something. Nice. What's up, the Dread Pirate Roberts? How you doing? How's your resistance to iocane powder going? It's going good? Nice. There you go. So yeah, that's a cool utility. What is controlled props? Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, so we don't need controlled props. Destructure would be a good one. Instead of destructure, we may end up just using a store for the settings. And then passing that store around instead. I don't want to do that part yet because it will heavily conflict with what Salmon's working on. So we are going to... we are going to do just like the big gross thing that we're doing. How about context? I don't think context makes much sense. And I'm actually not a fan of context. You know, we're already using signals, so that kind of like deep reactivity is easy. What I'm more looking at is like how to simplify this giant block. Right, with all like the getters and setters for individual props, etc. But we have two separate routes. One of those routes is the, let's show it. One of those routes is the snippets / snippet ID route, and the other is just the main sandbox that is, you know, just something you would do without being logged in. But if you have a saved snippet, we still need to load that. Right? So because they're separate routes, I want to handle them differently. So I still don't think context is the right move for that. Especially because we have editor extracted as a shareable component between those two routes. This is basically going to be an effect, right? So we need to create the state values and then use the effect to populate those state values instead. Yeah. Like this part right here, that is GitLens. That's a product by the company I work for. Yeah, GitLens is great. I was using it before I even worked at this company. Now, granted, I don't use it to its full like power, but the stuff I do use it for, like inline blame, really nice. Yep, I work for GitKraken. I'm a developer advocate for GitKraken. So if you do have any questions or issues, etc., let me know. It's part of my job. Yep. Yeah, commit graph's good. I think Launchpad is our coolest feature. You just bought a license to try it out? Nice. Yeah, let me know, what you run into. That's fine. To me, the killer feature is Launchpad. Right? Like being able to see all your PRs from various repos in one place. So yeah, it's kind of nice. Right there in your editor instead of context switching out to the browser. Ooh, that's the tricky part. Hmm. In the free version, yeah, yeah. Basically, like the self-hosted GitLab version is looked at as private, right? So private stuff requires payment. You should be able to use it still, but you wouldn't get access to like the best features. But I'm not 100% sure on that part. Yeah, I'm signed up for Pro. Selman, how you doing on the reset to default stuff? Because I kind of really want to make some changes that would cause some issues for you. Oh, you're working on the Shiki. Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah, this shouldn't be too big of a deal for you then, right? There may be some like merge conflicts, but it'll be similar. No, no, I just wanted to make sure. Like, it would have been like a bit of an annoying one if you were doing the defaults one, but yeah, the Shiki stuff I think shouldn't be too big of a deal. So perfect. Okay, so yeah, let's really start thinking about how we want to do this then. And what's up, Gardek? How you doing? So I think a store makes the most sense, but I am less familiar with solid stores. Oop. It's for storing the snippet settings. So snippet settings are separate from app settings, if that makes sense. Like an app setting to me is like something global, whereas a snippet setting is related to the specific set of snippets you're working on. Nice. Hell yeah, Gardek. What did you need that permission for? Like, why did you need that? Gotcha. Yeah, that does sound advanced. Yeah, so I really do think a store is probably what we need. So let me go look at the types now. Because I think we are going to need to create a type for it. All right, so ID and user ID. I'd say title is also something we want over here, but it's optional. Code left, code right, I think are separate. Created at, updated at are separate. And then we get into the common stuff. And yeah, godly. Does that make sense? Like what I'm trying to get at? Like I think a store that I pass in and out of the editor is the right way to go. Because that store is going to be like route specific rather than global. Now, can you do a persisted store? I really don't want to allow Udemy as a term. Gardek, I don't think courses like that are actually helpful. At some point, you're going to stop using those courses, right? And you're just going to go read the documentation for the thing you want to use. So I don't think courses like that have much value. If you think they do, then go for it. But $22 a month, you better be getting some value out of it. Otherwise, you're just going to be wasting it. There's the idea of tutorial hell, and most courses are tutorials. When you want to really learn something after you are proficient as a dev, you're just going to go read the documentation and you're going to build something. Some course becomes less and less helpful to someone with experience. There are very few courses I find actually valuable, and most of them are not related to a specific technology. So the only one I would consider good as a course, step-by-step recipes, that sounds exactly like tutorial hell. You should be able to figure out the steps yourself when you're good enough. If you're not to that point, cool, but if you keep having to follow step-by-step recipes, you'll never actually learn how to build something from scratch. Then I don't see why you need the step-by-step. You should be able to extrapolate the steps yourself. Can you give a more concrete example? What is a step-by-step recipe that you're looking for? Right? Don't be vague, be very specific. What step-by-step recipe do you think you would benefit from? Like in Redux. Yeah, all that stuff should be covered by the documentation for the thing you're using, not some bullshit course. Some bullshit course is out of date the moment it's made. Meanwhile, the Redux docs are probably kept up to date. So you should probably just be looking at the Redux documentation instead. Get what I'm saying? What do you think some course is going to provide that the Redux docs don't? For the most part, a tool without sufficient documentation is probably not one worth using. And even then, if it's lacking sufficient documentation, do you think there's a good course for it? Probably not either. I think they don't do it right. I think you're totally wrong, Gardek. You should probably just be looking at the Redux documentation, not some bullshit course. That's up to you. Like, it's your money. Do whatever you want. But I'm just going to point out, like, what does that course do that the Redux docs don't? Like, go read the Redux docs. Check it out. I don't think there's anything you would gain from some bullshit Udemy course that the docs aren't already covering. I keep defending them if you want. I'm asking you specific questions, man. The best courses might get updated, but that is a very, very edge case scenario. You're talking about something like Redux. Like, I don't know, man. The documentation has special versions too. Like, the documentation is the thing you need. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of any of those courses, right? If you are getting into it and you're a beginning dev, then go for it. Once you have experience and you're a good dev, those types of courses have very little value, in my opinion. What are you going to learn from the Primogen's data structures and algorithms course that an experienced dev couldn't learn by just doing some leak code? Right? By researching each individual algorithm on Wikipedia. Like, no offense to front-end masters, no offense to boot.dev. I find very little value in those things. Personally, I've never actually been a fan, right? Back in the day, it was lynda.com, right? Lynda. Again, those courses are out of date the moment they're published, just like a book, right? Some book on Redux is out of date the moment it's published. I just disagree. I fundamentally disagree, Gardek. So if you're asking my opinion, I don't think it's worth it. If you think it is, then why did you ask? And yeah, according to Godbleak, yep, the thing that I discerned from their documentation was that a store is probably what I want to use. No, a context is definitely not what I want, Godbleak. Nope, not at all. Context is a universal thing, right? In React, in Solid, in whatever. Store is somewhat unique to Solid compared to React. I know for a fact I don't want context. I don't have deeply nested component state. I have one large editor component. So yeah, right? The thing that I determined that I probably need, which was a store, you know, you can verify it and check with someone, sure. There's value in that. But you're not going to get that from a course anyway. right? Like, look at how good these docs are. Again, if I want to really learn about solid, the docs are what I need. The thing that I learned from the docs, I just confirmed with someone who's actually an expert. I don't think course makers are typically actually experts. The whole use case of context is to avoid prop drilling. That's like the number one use case for a context, to avoid prop drilling. Context takes the place of any other global state management, but I can just use signals for that global state management. So yes, right? To avoid prop drilling is to avoid deeply nested state. You're maybe thinking deeply nested objects. I'm talking about deeply nested state within the component tree. Now, all right, so I think what we got here is good. Bum, I think you're not even following what I just said. I understand state can be an object. That's not my point. Did you hear that whooshing sound? That was the point going over your head. Prop drilling and deeply nested component state is when you have a prop that you have at the top level that you need to pass down through multiple levels of components that are using each other. Deeply nested object state could be only going one level deep or even just at the top level, but you have nested objects within your state object. They are separate things. Prop drilling is basically passing an object through as a prop to a component that isn't even using it, because you're just passing that from like the middle component to the end component. No, this is solid. It is something that is similar to how React works as well, though. Technically, component and prop drilling deeply nested state is universal to all front-end frameworks, to any component-driven framework. So you can have the same problem in Ember, in Angular, in React, in Solid, in Vue. These are fundamental things that don't actually apply to one specific component or one specific framework. Right? This is just general front-end application design. So I could see a course, like, Gardeck, back to this, I could see a course describing the common aspects of application design. Sure. But you know what? That's one course. Like, is it worth a subscription? No. And you know how you actually build up that understanding? By building something. And yeah, hold on. I think feel like course makers make courses so they can learn the material. Sure. I think they make courses to make money. Personally. Just saying. Which is why I think some of them are like complete charlatans. That's fine, Bum. What I'm getting at is that the things to avoid to avoid prop drilling, such as context or expose inject or any of that stuff, the mechanism by which you solve prop drilling might be different from framework to framework. The problem of prop drilling is universal. So if you understand the concept of prop drilling and how to fix it in one framework, understanding how to fix it in another is just a concept of reading the documentation. Prop gelling or joining? I don't know what that is. I'm talking about prop drilling. Yeah, drilling. And yeah, I might not be enunciating. So, yeah, let me just do a quick example. Right, we'll just create a new file. We're going to have, let's just say we got component A. Component, totally different thing. Right? Hold on. Yeah, I'm sure there's some better example of this, but whatever. We'll just say function component A. Oh, man. Yeah, I can't type, but hold on. Right, and this is return div, and then whatever. Like, this is pseudocode, right? Then component B. Then you have another thing that is like function component B, and you've got component C, right? And, we'll just do that, right? And then you may have some props that would be something like, and we'll just do props, right? We'll just do it in the raw JS way, right? Props, props, props. Larobi, it's whatever Shiki magic move gives us. So it's breaking things down to an AST, and we just deal with it. If you want to fix it, that's something you need to fix in Shiki magic move or Shiki itself. It's outside of my hands. All right, so let's just say you've got some const, or let's call it, foo and set foo, right? And really, like, set foo we're not even going to use. Right, and it's a string, and we're going to say use state foo, right? And hold on, let me get the syntax highlighting going. We're going to call this React. And hold on, let's just fix all of these. Let me get more music going real quick. There we go. Okay. So now we've got this equals use state, right? And component B is going to have a foo equal to foo. But it's not even rendering that. We actually want it to go into this component here. So we got foo equals foo. And then finally, we have foo getting rendered. Prop drilling is the act of passing this value through the component tree into a component that's not even using it, just to get it into this component here, to actually then use it. That is the exact definition of prop drilling. And drilling simply meaning that you're passing a value or a prop through this entire component tree through components that don't directly use it. So instead, if you were to use a context, and set foo on that context, then this could simply consume that context without this ever caring about it. Right? So that is prop drilling. This unnecessary passing of a prop that you're not using. So that is deeply nested component state, right? Within the component hierarchy. How do you fix that? Oh, I forget the exact thing because I don't use context much. But you would basically create a context, and then you would consume that context deeper. So for the most part, in some other file, you would have something like const my context, and it's create context. I don't remember the syntax or any of this stuff right now, but whatever, right? Create context. Maybe it is like a foo string, whatever. Right? That context would be done there. You would have your, like, the provider goes somewhere. Like, I hate using context. I think it's actually a really clunky abstraction personally. So I will avoid context at pretty much every chance I get. But yeah, then you would like use context in here. You would still need to set the provider somewhere. So I believe this would end up needing to have like the context provider something. Maybe it's just provider. But value would not be props.foo. It would be my context, right? And again, this is all pseudocode. I don't remember the exact syntax. So bam, our context provider. Now anything within this component hierarchy, hold on, would have access to this context. And then in here, you would then do like a const, foo is equal to use context, my context, right? And then this doesn't need that. That goes away. Now, again, this is very, very unnecessary, right? I mean, if you're using signals, you just set the signal at the top level, right? And then you just subscribe to the signal where you need it. I do prefer atomic state in many cases. So you'll see me use things like yotai. Yotai is currently my favorite type of state management because you can do like derived state and atomics and a whole bunch of that stuff. I like atomic driven state. If it comes down to it, I might use Redux, but I don't like the idea of rolling my own context, right? And when I say Redux, I'd probably actually use Zustand, but tomato, tomato. There's just a little bit more boilerplate with Redux compared to Zustand, but it's the same basic concept. I really enjoy atomic state. Now, stores are still available in yotai, but I try to avoid them most of the time. Because you can define a signal outside of a component. Can't you? Right? So here we have store for the user and the auth token. Hold on. And yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate it. You're not supposed to define a signal outside of a prop? I don't understand the reasoning for that. Makes zero sense to me. To me, the entire power of signals is that they are outside the scope of rendering, right? That's the magic of Solid, that any signal you're using is actually able to trigger the re-render within it because you're using it in that way. Again, I don't want this to be disposed. I want this to be fully universal. So that's what I'm getting at Godleak. These are fully universal state. So this is how I would avoid context for this, because it's global state. I don't want this to be disposed of, right? To me, anytime you're reaching for context, you're actually wanting global, like, state. So instead, you should be using something that does that globally, and you don't want it to be disposed of. So keep in mind, if I was using Zustand, I would have one top level context in my like app.tsx file or whatever, right? To me, that is global state. And that's how I would avoid like prop drilling. I just find that's actually not the way I like to do it, because instead I would use Yotai and use atomic state instead. And then I don't need a context because you're just subscribing to that atomic state that lives outside of what you're doing. When you get to much larger style applications, I get it. Like, sure, context might be necessary. I still think it's the wrong abstraction most of the time, though. I think people reach for context more often than they should. I also consider it to be a bad abstraction because you lose the ability to do like storybook style stuff. Like login auth? No. Login and auth are global. Nah, login auth is like fully global. Your entire application cares if the user's logged in or not. That's like the perfect example of a global that I would define here, because you're not trying to dispose of it. Everything needs that. Your token is needed every single place you make a request. So to me, a global signal makes way more sense than a context. Again, like this is just the fundamental difference between a Redux-like store or Zustand-like store versus an atomic state of this token being able to be passed anywhere. I personally prefer atomic state. I especially dislike context because it encourages you to not make pure components, right? It encourages you to make components that rely upon side effects from elsewhere. Then if you want to do the storybook thing, you have to like hack the context a bit, instead of just being a pure component that just takes in props. I think the example matters the most. Like I'd have to hear like of a good example then. Right? So yeah, we can be hand wavy about it, but then that doesn't actually help us understand the use case. So instead, we need to be very specific about it to actually make the point. And I did agree that, yeah, sure, some things in context, but like, it's very hand wavy. It's very like fuzzy. We can be more concrete. And I'm not trying to attack you. Like, I'm not saying like, how dare you, Godbleak. I'm just pointing out that this is just like how we have to think about building applications. I am very much a fan of all data fetching logic happening at the top level of a route, right? I think the route is the fundamental, like, logicful thing, and your components should be pure. If you find that you're prop drilling too much, I don't think prop drilling is something that you need to avoid 100%. I think like a couple levels of prop drilling is actually better than a bad abstraction. Because they're still pure, right? So you only have your like logic and the values you need to pass in happening at one place. So when I go navigate to a route on like an application I've built, if something's going wrong with the data fetching, I know that's all happening right there at the route level, right? At the route component. I don't need to dig through the component tree to figure out where that data fetching is happening. This is something I picked up from years of Angular. I've definitely chatted with other devs that don't design their apps that way. Theo doesn't subscribe to the route level thing, right? Like, he's not a fan of the way I like to architect my applications. No, I'm not saying you should even reevaluate. Like, I just think it's a different pattern. Just simply in the applications I've ever built, especially working on teams, your ability to figure out where that request is going wrong, why the props are wrong, where to log something, if it's always just up at the route level, and then this thing you're passing stuff into is all pure components all the way down, it's easier to reason about things. It's easier to test that component in isolation, right? It's easier to create storybook cases for it, or like, I forget the right term, right? But like a set of like props that render that storybook component in a certain way. No, I get it, Godly. I'm just trying to make my point. That's all. So yeah, like, I'm not saying you need to change. Maybe, if I make my point properly, you might think so. But, yeah, like, this is just, it's an application, like, architecture thing. To me, I need a very, very, very good reason to need a context. Because I think a little bit of prop drilling is better than a bad abstraction. Because it's easier to, like, heuristically understand where you need to look for a bad data fetch, or, where the data is coming from. Right? Like, if a request is being made from the route as well, right? Not just like the request of data coming in, but like, making a mutation. If all that's happening in just your top level route component, then everything else is just proxying that back and forth. So it's like, it's just easier to reason about and debug, in my opinion, when it all happens in one place. And I think in a lot of cases, context is used to get around that and do nested like data queries or data like mutations. Not always, again, right? But yeah, I might not be making my point better. I'm trying to explain it, and as I explain it, I'm understanding it myself better. So Marvel, pure component comes from the idea of pure functions. And if you really do think about what we're talking about here, with this context, this function is no longer pure. It relies on a side effect of being within this context provider. So instead, if we did a little bit of prop drilling, component C here can be rendered in isolation with just the prop that you pass to it. So a pure component, like a pure function, has the same result given the same inputs. There's never any chance for that to be different because it's pure. So it's avoiding side effects, listening to and making. By doing that, you get more predictable debugging. You can do stuff like Storybook, and you can mock the values coming in much easier. So it makes your testing simpler. I'm not 100% like functional programming pilled, but I think pure functions and pure components by proxy are one of the most important concepts to understand for debuggability. The more pure things are without having to mock the world, right? Without having to like stub things like database requests or whatever, the more predictable your components and debugging will be. Like, the easier your tests are to make. So I can make I can get into an example for like why I think, like, hold on. Let me see if I can find this. Here we go. This is Walter. 1 second. All right, so we're here. We go into, let me double check scheduled. Oop. I believe this ends up being a pure function, but I may need to navigate around more. Yeah. So it's actually the Q, not this part. Yeah. Oh, my poor Mac Mini. 1 second. So this is the type of thing that I think a course is worthwhile for, right? So Gardek, if you're still out there, I can understand using a course to understand some of these like fundamental patterns. But a specific technology like Redux, hell no. Like, nah, no way in hell. So if we go look at it, we got this queue. And let me double check some of the stuff in this queue. And really, I bet it's over in shared. Let me double check. Well, yeah, let's look through the billing reconciliation stuff in the queue. Now, when we look at it, shared usage. Okay, so it's over in that file. So I've got this function. And this bill for usage function, you know, it takes in an account and a billing rate unit, and then it's going to go do a bunch of stuff, right? And all that stuff is going to be like the data fetching, right? We get, you know, we create the table like ORM stuff. We fetch stuff from this this layer, right? And I could actually do a lot of this in parallel. It's not a problem right now. So yes, there's a bit of a waterfall. But then we get this generate billing intervals function. So this function here, I believe, ends up being pure, right? So bam, this is a pure function that takes in every single thing it needs to calculate what it's doing. Whereas all of the side effecty stuff of doing data fetching happens here. So I pass in everything this function needs to actually do its calculations, which means that when I go and do my testing, like unit tests, I can mock all of these values coming in without having to mock something like a database connection, right? So same like idea can apply to components. If your component is fetching data or modifying data at the server, you need to mock that in a really ugly way when you want to do just like unit testing. If it's, you know, because unit testing should not be making a request out to anywhere. That's integration testing. That's a different thing. So unit testing needs to actually mock those, you know, all of its things that it would take in, blah, blah, blah. And if you're passing in, or if you're making a request, you're going to have to do a bunch of like weird jest style, like mocking of like globals and, you know, like just grossness. Whereas instead, you can mock just the values that you're passing. And then it's just so much easier to test different cases. So yeah, this function right here is pure. I believe we have a second pure function, which is generate transaction metadata, which again just takes in the values that we generated here in billing intervals, but we're not calling billing intervals directly to try and mock it. We're just passing in the result, and that can then be pure again, because we're not doing any side effects. So then we just, given the same input, it will always have the same output. That is one of the most powerful things you can do to make your unit testing better. And by proxy, if you're using something like Jest for snapshot testing, the less mocking of database requests and like HTTP requests, etc., that you're having to do, the easier it is to create like snapshots for certain edge cases that you care about. For the most part, I try to do zero mocking of things that do things. I'll only mock data that I'm passing around. So yeah, did that help? Yeah, no worries, Marvel. I haven't had a good chance to explain that before, so thank you for the opportunity to do so. But yeah, could you imagine if I was trying to unit test this top level function, right? The one that does all the data fetching? I'd have to mock how we do our data wrapper. I'd have to mock, like this accounts table get by ID function. Like all of these things would have to be mocked at that point, and that would suck. Like, just, it's the worst. So, in my opinion, yeah, Istanbul, ignore code coverage for this because I don't give a shit. If this part breaks, that's a problem of either my database connection or like the query I made to get the data. It's not a problem of actually calculating the billing intervals, And yes, I will point out a lot of this stuff is right. Like these two functions could be done in parallel, but they require, well, actually, no, these three could be done in parallel, but they do require that business ID comes from somewhere. Actually, no, like most of this stuff could be done in parallel, actually. So all of these like requests, I should probably parallelize those. And then we don't have like the waterfall of them. But because this is just a billing reconciliation, it's not that big a deal. It's fetching from Dynamo. Dynamo is expected to return in like less than 20 milliseconds anyway. But that is an eventual thing I'll want to change. We're not going to touch it right now. But I could at least give it a to-do. Because this is a totally separate project. Parallelize these DB queries. So yeah, that's something I should do at some point. No, I just mean like, you know how I'm doing an await and an await? Instead, I can do a promise.all without awaiting these things, and then I just await the promise.all. So then those requests are happening in parallel. So basically, I would just use a promise.all instead of individually awaiting each request. This is specifically a TypeScript async await style problem. If you were doing something in a synchronous language that didn't have a core async await mechanism, then yes, threading is the only way to do that. But because JavaScript operates on the run loop, we can just make all these requests at the same time. You'll still wait for the slowest one to come back, but it's better than doing them one after another, right? That's called a waterfall. Okay, so 1 second. Hey, what's up, Crescetta? Yeah. We were actually just pointing out the need for writing pure logic when you can. So I mentioned pure components earlier, and someone asked what those are. And then I started going into what a pure function is and, why they're important. Because if you understand pure functions, then understanding a pure component becomes really easy. So that's all. And then as I was looking at this, I realized like, oh yeah, I got a bit of a waterfall for these requests. It's on Dynamo, so it's going to be lightning fast anyway. So it's not the end of the world, but yes, parallelizing these three requests would be ideal. But yeah, how's it going, Crisetta? But yeah, hold on. Let me read this a little closer there, Godbleak. All right, so you have an example. You're building a point of sale system, not a piece of shit. Sorry. You have payment transactions in a store in a context. There are multiple components that may need access to that context. However, there are main views where that information doesn't get used. In these situations, yeah, they should be disposed of. Because if you're scrolling transactions, you'll be eating a lot of RAM. And if they're not disposed and you got back to a view where it's not needed, it's just sitting there not used. I can understand that a little bit. I would simply say, I don't know if I agree with that, because the user may navigate back again, right? If you look at how like React query or TanStack query works, it's going to actually cache that stuff. And that cache is going to sit around for a while, right? So what you're talking about is almost like a cache invalidation problem, not necessarily like a disposal problem. I think it would be a better user experience if you're actually caching that value. Possibly with like a revalidate timer. But I think that value should actually just be kind of kept around forever. But again, there's only two hard problems in programming: naming things, cache invalidation, and off by one errors. Shit. But yes, I would actually posit that I'm okay with that value sticking around. I'm totally okay with it. To me, the thing that needs to be disposed of is the rendering of that, not the raw data. The raw data can stick around. The thing that needs to be disposed is actually the component and HTML element that's no longer on screen. And that happens for you automatically. So I would just point out that I don't think a lot of data within the life cycle of an application actually does need to be disposed of. And it's often a better user experience if you keep it around for them to navigate back to that page. Which is the power of React query or TanStack query or whatever. Let me get more music on. But again, like Godbleak, I totally agree that there are edge cases where context is the proper solution. It's hard coming up with those good examples, though, isn't it? So I would say because of that, context should actually be used sparingly. I think the best use case for context are things like UI component libraries, right? If you look at Mantine, Mantine uses a top-level context for your application to store theming and dark light mode stuff and all that. And that is a shared context that your components need to render themselves, right? Like your raw UI components. That's like the best example of it, in my opinion, but I also feel like there's probably a way to do it without. Right? There are plenty of component libraries out there that don't need context. ShadCN, right? Solid UI. Technically, now, Solid UI does use a context for like menu stuff, but it's like nested deeply within like or it's not nested, but it's inside the implementation rather than like a global context. But I still do think there is some type of value to trying to not use context when you can. Big reason being, yeah, you won't be able to render an Astro UI if your stuff needs context, because Astro just doesn't work that way. We ran into that just last week. Or, no, not last week. A few weeks ago. We were porting a Next.js like documentation site to Astro. And we were using Mantine for the documentation site, and we discovered that we couldn't do that anymore because Astro doesn't support context, and Mantine requires one. I still saw a major benefit and value to using Astro for what is essentially a static site, though. So it was worth it to me because it's just a marketing site anyway. Like, I'm not caring about some of the heavier lifting Mantine components. I was using basically just buttons, maybe an input here and there. So for a marketing site, I think Mantine is actually overkill. But because it was Next, I was able to keep using it, so it meant that I was able to be consistent between my marketing site and my dashboard application. So there is value to maybe that consistency on the larger team. I'm a solo dev, so it's okay. And bear in mind, just because I'm saying this stuff doesn't make me the expert. This is just my current understanding of it, and I'm wrong all the time. Just from my experience in the applications I've built, I have tendencies for when and why I use certain things. Yeah. I don't want to treat it as a lesson. This was me and the way I do things. Doesn't mean it's right. Doesn't mean I'm the teacher. It just means this is at least, the way I think about it now. And that may change over time. But I have really just in building larger or not larger, I've never built something the scope of Twitch, But in building dashboard applications for some big companies even, right? On teams of 4+ people, there are some patterns that I've found are easier to reason about when you have to go debug something tricky. And that's where the route level concern, route level data fetching and mutation, and not doing it inside of components, I have found major benefits for that. And I'll point out, Theo disagrees. Especially, I think, because he is so Tanstack query pilled, right? React query pilled, that yeah, it's just easier to make a fetch within a whole bunch of different components because you're just going to be reusing the cached values anyway. So it's not a problem. Tanstack query, React query is going to be deduping the HTTP requests for you automatically. No, and that makes sense. Yeah, I'll go check it out. Yeah, and Ryan is smarter than me, for sure. I totally get it. But I also just because he's smarter than me doesn't mean he's always right. So hold on. I can totally see yes, this is a create effect issue, maybe? So it needs to run inside a reactive root. Yep. So scheduling can be a big part of it. All right. So yes, I'm not familiar enough with Solid, right? And yeah, what you're getting at is that for Solid, this global signal thing is actually a bad idea. I could totally embrace that and understand it. So far, I don't think I'm having issues with it, but I could. Totally could. But in my opinion, the way I'm doing this signal stuff is very much how I would be using Yotai as well. So to me, I massively prefer the Yotai paradigm of create your atomic state globally, right, for things that should be global, and then simply subscribe to them within a component. So realistically, what I think Solid might need then is I would still want to define this here, but then just have like a use signal component, or not component, function or hook that then like handles some of that like reactivity like at the component level. And that's, that's how Yotai works too. It's use atom, right? And then it tells React whether it should re-render or not. So yes, I am like totally Yotai pill. I prefer Yotai for pretty much everything. Or at least like that atomic state. No, and I get that they're godleak. I simply think I can't imagine a case where this is going to be a problem for me. Doesn't mean there aren't. And in the future, I may run into that. I get it. Like, again, Solid has had enough, like, things that I didn't think were obvious, like destructuring not being okay, to where I'm not necessarily a fan of all that magic. But yes, I get it, Godleak. Again, like everything, this could be abused, and then you're going to run into weird issues with it. To me, this seems like so global. Like the entire application cares about this, and I'm not worried about disposing of it. When these values change, everything seems to be reactive enough. Like I haven't seen anything not render when these update. Doesn't mean it can't happen, but I just haven't seen it yet. So I'm not specifically aware of the cases where this is a bad idea. And maybe this is one of those cases where this is totally fine, right? Like, I would really be curious if Ryan would push back on this. And kind of like from what we're seeing here, well, yeah, if I needed to create an effect for it, it wouldn't actually do what we needed. Well, yeah, that's actually a problem. But I'm not doing any effects based on this. So yeah, like if I needed to do an effect, I would probably actually experience the bug, and then yes, I messed up. But I think, at least for now, this seems fine to me. But I am very much trying to bring Yotai into Solid, basically, by doing this. Like I'm trying to bring those patterns in. Sorry, I just saw a reply over on the Twitter. As well, reply to that. But yeah, I do think it's a good discussion. So thank you, Godly. Appreciate that. Right. So yeah, any like fetch that you're doing shouldn't be in a use in an effect. Instead, it should be a resource because that is wired into like how solid works, right? No, no, no. And yes, I get that. I just think, man, yeah, atomic state is really powerful. And also, I would, in some cases, I'd rather have a bit of prop drilling. Like I don't think prop drilling is something to avoid at all costs. I think you need to really assess, is avoiding prop drilling actually the goal that you should be trying to accomplish. I think a little bit of prop drilling is actually totally fine. Now, if you're going 5 levels deep, well, yeah, that's an issue. All right. So yeah. Anyway, thank you for sharing this. I do feel like I've actually seen this before too. And yes, Ryan is very, very smart. I do wonder, like, I'd be curious to know like the largest like applications he's worked on because there's definitely a case for framework and library authors to have way different concerns than application developers. And like if you end up being a library or framework author long enough, you can lose that context. Now, I assume he's built massive applications. I just wonder how long it's been since he has. Right? Like as a developer advocate, if I wasn't doing dev on this stream, I would definitely start like losing the context of how to do like proper app dev, right? Right? So yeah, I think it's just simply like doesn't matter how much I've done in the past, if I just kept being only a developer advocate, I would only be building demo applications, you know? And you start to lose the context of what building like a larger application actually means. I'm already losing the context of working on a team, you know? Which I really appreciate Salmon and other people who have been contributing to the project we're working on now. That's given me a little bit of that like working on a team vibe again. So I really appreciate y'all. This is nice. No, and I get that, Godbleak. I just think even then there's, and this isn't something that's his fault, but it's like if he says it, people take it as like the dogmatic truth, you know? I'm not saying everybody does. I'm not saying you're even doing that, right? What I'm getting at is like at some point we don't want to like kill our heroes, and I don't mean literally kill, but like oh, we don't want to disagree with them because yeah, they're so much bigger and smarter and better than me, right? And I think that's one of the worst mentalities to have. Like there should be a healthy, you know, like a healthy dialogue because not everyone knows everything, right? Like as a senior engineer, as like a team lead, yeah, a junior could totally tell me something and like, you know, make an idea happen, right? Like that, oh my god, yeah, I was missing that. Good call. We should definitely do that. So, yeah, that's all I'm getting at. And a taco bandit, Mr. Sir. I'm going to be going to Austin, Texas in a few weeks. I'll take some photos of some tacos for you. I started growing my own cilantro. Like, my home tacos are still some of my favorite. Yeah, 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 yeah. They're also delicious. No, I get you. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, let me check the PR for you. I got majorly sidetracked in the best way. Like, thank you for that sidetrack. Because there are multiple levels to understanding something, right? There's zero. You've never heard of it. You never used it. You have no idea. There's one, like, you've heard of it, at least. You haven't used it yet. There's maybe two, where you've used it, but you're definitely not an expert. There's three, where you're, like, good at using it, right? You probably couldn't teach someone about it. And then there's, like, another level, like four, like mastery, where you're able to teach anybody about it, right? Like, you understand it so well that you can pass it on. Good tacos are not common in Italy. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'll definitely take some photos of them tacos in Austin. I know on my Twitter right now, if you go back far enough, you can see some of them. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Godly. Yeah, yeah. He's awesome. Carpathy. That name sounds good. Yeah, yeah, exactly. They're Godleak, right? So yes, I've heard that Ryan is also just really good about taking feedback and understanding like users' concerns, etc. And yes, he might not have thought of it, right? Because I don't think he has done that much, application dev recently. Maybe he has. I don't know. That's a bad assumption, probably. Ooh, Taco Bandit. Hold up. Taco Bandit. I'm going to be in New York at the same time. Yeah, are you like arriving on the 18th? Yeah, I'm going to JS Nation. The speaker dinner for JS Nation and React Summit is the night of the 18th. Okay, so you're getting into town on the 18th? I'd have to double check, but what is it? Gotham Comedy Club? That's it. Yeah, I'm going to this mixtape event at Gotham Comedy Club. So you're getting there at noon on the 18th. Gotcha. Are you going for a conference or anything? Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if anyone else is gonna be there. Oh, you're going for JS Nation? Oh, sick. Yeah, I'll totally be at that. Yeah, absolutely. Your friend is one of the sponsors? Hell yeah. So I'll get to meet you in person. That's awesome. And yeah, I think I leave, what day of the week? I think I end up leaving on Wednesday. So yeah, I'll be there for like Monday and Tuesday, at least as like an overlap with you. But yeah, I leave sometime on Wednesday because I have a thing on Thursday in Austin, Texas. Like a thing for work. I'm gonna be speaking at Atlassian's. I don't think it's their headquarters, but like the office there. Thursday at 6 a.m. Oh God, fuck that. Ooh. Ooh. But yeah, we should be able to hang out at least on Tuesday. Do you know what day the party is? I'm gonna guess Tuesday is like the party day. Hands-on table? Okay. I haven't even heard of that. Okay, cool. So yeah, we'll get to hang out, probably at least that Tuesday, like at the event. And yeah, that'll be awesome, man. Yeah, I love meeting people from stream. It's one of my favorite things. I got to meet PM Walls at React Summit last year. That was great. What's up, Sousa? And yeah, I just want to say this, just in case y'all don't know. If you ever see me at a conference, please do not be shy about coming up and saying hi. Like, again, it's my favorite thing. Besides snowboarding and streaming, it's my favorite thing. I'm happy to drink whiskey with any one of you. That's fine, Taco. You're going to a conference. That's the whole point. The best part of conferences is the hallway track. No talk can amount to the value that you get in the hallway track. And that's all about talking. Yeah, exactly, Cressetto. For sure, man. Like, I met Cressetto at GitHub Universe. It was great. Super cool. Like, yeah, just really awesome. I'm a little bummed I didn't make it in time to meet Solomon Hikes. But, yeah, once my video for SquiggleConf is published, I'll send that off to him. See what he thinks. It's just a 10-minute talk, so, like, it doesn't get that deep. But I do quote him about the Docker stuff. We're all just regular folks. Like, being famous in the tech world is not famous. At all. Even DHH doesn't get recognized when he goes to the grocery store. He's not famous. He's small circle famous. There you go, exactly. DHH, I don't remember what it stands for, but he's the guy that made Rails. Yeah, maybe not getting recognized when you go to the grocery store is actually a bonus, right? But yeah, I think the same thing, like from the snowboard world. There are people who are pro snowboarders who get a paycheck to do it, who are famous within the snowboard world. But unless you're Shaun White, you're not getting recognized out at the store. You're not getting recognized outside of like a snowboard place in general, right? Shaun White's like the only one. The drinks after. Exactly. Yes. That's his name. There you go. I just know him as DHH. Yeah. But hold on. Akraf. Question made before that I probably missed. If you don't have an idea on what to build to apply the things you learned, would you build something already created and do it in your own way to apply the things learned? I would say yes. He is massively against TypeScript. Yeah. He's against bundling, which is insane. Like, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Eventually, when we're, like, in an HTTP3, like, world, I could see that being a thing. You're still going to be minifying, you know? You're still going to be minifying. So, like, it's just borderline with less steps. Or not borderline. Bundling with less steps. Like, I had this argument with Jacob something or other from, like, the Module Federation, like, Remix team, like, all that BS. And even he conceded that, yes, you're still going to minify. Come on. But okay, so Akraf or Akraf, I don't know how to pronounce that right. Sorry. Um, I would say yes. Building something that exists is totally fine. No, you're totally right. Like, yeah, your phrasing's fine. Building something that exists is still valuable. But I would say instead, you have ideas to build things all the time. But you don't write them down somewhere and you lose them. Instead, get yourself a Trello board or something where you just write all your ideas, every idea you've ever had, and then sort and categorize them. And the ones that you think you could do easier, that you want to do more, move to the top. And the ones that like you have no idea how you do it, move to the bottom. And you can start sorting and filtering. I typically don't actually sort and filter until I actually go looking for something. So if I were looking for a new project, I might start looking through this and like moving the ones I like to the top and moving the ones that I won't do to the bottom. Yeah. But the biggest thing is like you'll never be able to come up with an idea when you want to come up with an idea. That's just not how inspiration works. You have ideas for things all the time. And if you're not writing them down, you're losing them. Some of them are. I actually have a business viable right here, right? Plug-in infrastructure as a service. Well, you know what? There's actually a company doing that. Dilibso is actually building that out. So, yeah, I might not even have to do that anymore, right? Because they're building the, right? They got XDism, sure. But what's the thing they just launched? Products XTP. So, yeah, plug-in infrastructure as a service. They actually nailed it. The water cooler thing? Oh, I don't remember. Hold on. So business viable, water cooler, social media analytics to recommend media consumption, right? So it's basically look at who your friends are, right? What they tweet about, etc., so that you know what you should probably watch to be able to talk with them about it at some point, right? Like, so the idea of the water cooler is at least when you were going into the office, people would go to the water cooler to like chat real quick and take a quick break and maybe talk about the show they just watched or the movie they just watched or whatever, the new album they just heard. Could you monitor your coworkers' social media for the things they tweet about? And then that's something you might want to like consume to be able to have that conversation with them eventually, right? I think it is a good idea. I don't know how I'd monetize it. Like, honestly, it would probably just be a subscription, $5 a month or some BS, up to X amount of users that you want to monitor, blah, 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 right? Totally doable. I think it's a great idea. I mean, it's in the list. It's near the top. I think a Cameo competitor, once they file bankruptcy, that might be it. Because I've heard they're struggling. I think that's an entire business that could be operated with 5 to 10 people. Well, no, this is about what they publish. If they're tweeting about this show they just watched, are you like the algorithm will not always show you what your coworkers are tweeting about, right? So this is about stuff that they've already published. It's more about surfacing it in a way that the algorithm won't do for you. Right? Like the Twitter algorithm fucking sucks as far as like trying to get info towards like what your coworkers might be up to. Like the algorithms suck for very specific things like that. They try and get you to see the things that they think is going to drive further engagement, right? Tracked. I don't know what tracked is. Oh, okay. I see that. Yeah, no, that could be cool. Yeah, Letterboxd and Tracked seem very similar at this point. But yeah, you know. I think I got some ideas in here. We'll go through and like sort and filter at some point, but I want to get Walter off the ground before I even have any concern for it. And man, like honestly, well, one thing, XTP should probably have some padding on this page. But if we zoom out, then they get some padding. Honestly, like, yeah, XTP is about shipping plugins and fast, plugin upload and storage, like review management, like really, yeah, Dilibso is nailing it on this idea. And yes, it would be like $1,000 a month for usage, but if you're building out a plugin ecosystem, oh, there you go. Yeah, because like the event is actually the 18th, isn't it? Yeah, so you need to fly in on the 17th, which means you should fly in early enough to then go to this comedy show with me. That'd be a whole lot cooler if you did. And party's on the 19th. Okay. Because I believe React Summit is the day of the 19th. So yeah, basically JS Nation happens 18th. The speaker dinner is the night of the 18th. And then the 19th is React Summit. And then the after party for that is that night. The speaker dinner for both is actually on the 18th. So yeah, it's pretty awesome. So yeah, I don't know, like, if you're going to be there, I'd say check it out. If we go to select seats, I am at seat like 21, 22, whatever. We got another person that we know who lives in New York who bought that seat. So yeah, if you get one around like these, that would be ideal. Mm-hmm. And then there's another thing. Hold on. Lou.ma terminal coffee. If we just do terminal. Yeah, here you go. I can't even make it to this event because it's the same night as the speaker dinner. But yeah, if you're not going to be at the speaker dinner, this might be a fun event to check out. It's like the Terminal Coffee crew. So like Dax, I think Primogen, like all those guys. I have a theory on what it is. I think it's going to be some type of like game show thing. Because I know Adam.dev has been trying to like schedule one of those for ages. But I don't know. I have no idea. But you will get a bag of coffee to take home. I don't know. I have no idea if that's actually it. I just know Adam.dev has been planning some type of like dev game show thing for years now at this point. Resend.tv. I think that's it. Ooh, all right. So domain doesn't resolve. It's like something.tv. I could have it wrong. Probably not resend. It's something dev focused. I don't remember what it is though. Ooh, hold on. I got to close this window and pour some more water and use the restroom. I also need to reach out to the gaming crew here in a second. So yeah, give me a sec. I'll be right back. I gotta close this window though. It's getting chilly. All right, let me go pour some more water and use the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry about that. I'm back now. Oh, I just clipped myself. Back of the heel. I'm dying. This should be good. You went to Amsterdam's JS Nation. It was hella fun. Yeah, this one should be good too. Like, the after parties are solid. Oh, and the music stopped. Oh, the day the music died. All right, let me hit up this crew. Okay, hold on. There's always money in the banana stand. There you go, the big banana. That was on the 26th. Here's today's. And yeah, so Robotic Head's there. Looks like Acorn's still streaming, so yeah, we can figure it out. And yeah, I thought I copied this, but just in case, let me give you the link again. I have a ticket to this, and I don't think I'm going to be able to make it, which is a bummer. Right? Because the speaker dinner's that night. If you're still in the States, yeah. Yeah, they're all great guys. Like, I've never met Dex in person. I've met all of their, like, the rest of their crew. Like, Prime. I'm a big fan of hanging out with Prime. Like, yeah. Him as a person, really awesome. Less a fan of the character he plays, but again, like, his character's entertaining. So I wouldn't want him to change that ever. But Prime as a dude, such a dude. Tej, such a dude. Adam.dev, such a dude. Right? So yeah, big fan of all those guys. He is much more chill off stream. Yeah, exactly. And like, his character makes really strong statements. Him as a person is actually way more, I don't know what the right word is. Like, forgiving, I guess? I don't know. Like, basically, Prime the person fully used Android Studio for like a significant period of time at Netflix just because he was doing some Java stuff. Like, it just made sense. The character, I mean, that would be the worst thing ever, you know? So yeah, I just think, yeah, Prime as a dude, super, just awesome dude. The character, eh. Right? Like, it's what he has to do. Like, he's doing it for entertainment value. And obviously it's working. So, yeah, he shouldn't change anything. I like Prime the person more than the character. That's all. Whereas Tej is just Tej. He's not playing a character. Adam.dev, he's just Adam, right? I don't know about Dax. Is Dax really as mean as his tweets seem? I don't know. I'll have to find out sometime. I don't know. Yeah, I like to think I am the same person on stream versus not. I like to think so. I definitely do have a little more enthusiasm here on stream. Like, I'm a little more, like, laid back in person, I think. Oh, no. How do you feel about that, Crissetto? Would you say that's an accurate assessment? Like, I guess my stream character or persona or whatever is just, like, more enthusiastic, more animated. All right. Yeah, I think so, too. ATL conference is more lit. So ATL, is that like Render Atlanta? Is that the one you're talking about? I am looking into your soul. Yeah, Render ATL is great. Were you at Render ATL? And we didn't meet up? Dude, Taco Bandit. I don't know if you saw this tweet. Oh, okay. Yeah, I went to this year's. I didn't go to last year's. But, basically, Justin, the organizer of Render ATL, is such a chill dude. Like, super cool, man. Like, super cool dude. So, yeah. Yeah, Render ATL is amazing, and he's done such an amazing job building that up. Like, yeah, he is awesome. Yeah, really cool. Without being VIP. Hell yeah, dude. Like, yeah. Yeah, it's really awesome. Stick PM? I don't know who that is. No clue. Hold on. I do have a PR to look at. 1 second. Sorry. Like Stick PM? Like official Stick PM? Oh, they do follow me. Yeah, I've never even heard of them. I don't know when they started following me. Okay. Oh, it's yours. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, no, I'll follow for sure, man. There you go. I didn't see any BS you did, but I'll happily follow you. For sure, man. One of the few people in Spain who work with Vue. Wait, Akraf. Where in Spain are you at? Like, I assume you weren't near, like, where the flooding and stuff was, right? Like, if so, I hope you're all right. Like, I heard that stuff was gnarly. Madrid, okay. I mean, GitKraken has an Alicante office. I don't know. I believe they'd want people to be hybrid. So not near the flooding. I believe Alicante was near the flooding. But GitKraken is hiring. I don't know if you're trying to change things up and you're willing to get somewhat closer nearby. We are hiring people in Alicante, Spain. Yeah, it was near the flooding. Yep. Yeah, I need to like chat with some coworkers, make sure they're all right. But yeah, we're looking for like front end roles. Hold on, where's the list? There we go. So yeah, like senior, just general software engineer. Looks like they may have filled one of the roles recently, but you know, just saying. If you're ever interested in switching it up, we do have an office, and I would happily give you a referral. I don't know if that means anything. I'm not saying you're like, you got the job just because I referred you, but yeah. I would assume that it gets you like to the top of the list, like the top of the stack of resumes or whatever. And getting on that short list is worth it. 7 to 10 interviews? Yikes. I did 3. But I'm a developer advocate. So that's different. I did like 3. No, so Akraf, I think the main gist is like you would interview with like the people you'd be working with as like a couple like, steps. And then you'd still probably end up interviewing with like the core office, right? So yeah, like I could see there being at least 2 or 3 with the Alicante people and then 2 or 3 with like the headquarters. I could totally understand that, right? No, developer advocate is not like a lawyer. As a developer advocate, I take in feedback from our users and I also create content for potential users to consume. So I make, like currently, I'm slacking on making some videos for the onboarding process of GitLens. And I need to get those done basically by tomorrow night. But as a developer advocate, my goal is to make content and also to interface with developers and bring their feedback back to the company, etc. So if you're ever using GitKraken or GitLens and there's stuff that you want better, I am more than willing to like bring that back to the company and, bring it up the chain. Like I'll even conduct like user interviews. If you have like a lot you want to say, we can just record it and bring that to the company. But yes, my main role as a developer advocate for GitKraken is to make content, right? Make videos, etc. And I love that, right? The community aspect is important, but their core focus is actually content. And I think that really lines up with just what I've been doing for the past 6 years as a Twitch streamer. You know. If you're not aware, developer advocate is basically within the realm of like DevRel or developer relations. For the company, no, I don't write any code. Like I have to write enough code to maybe make some content. So if I want to demonstrate how to use work trees, I have to like create a repo and create some like stuff that I can make a work tree from. I need to like synthesize like PRs and a whole bunch of stuff for like our other features and things like that. But I don't get to do any like core dev for the company, which is why I really, really value these streams, which keeps me sharp as far as dev goes. And it's part of why they picked me, right? They interviewed a bunch of other like developer advocates that have been dev advocates for years, and like their like technical chops just aren't up to it, right? So like my technical chops, like I'm right on up there with like our dev team because I am doing this stuff every day. I'm not going to say I'm like better than them. No, like they're probably way more knowledgeable about the stuff they build. But I've built Electron apps. I have built a VS Code extension. Like I'm able to speak the language of developers in a way that are the rest of the people who make content on the product marketing team just can't because they're not devs. And that's where like my input and feedback and being able to chat with you all and bring the comments, etc., that you make about the product back to the company is invaluable. Devfluencer, like literally, yeah, like yeah. And yeah, Disdain, I merged in what you did. I did make a comment. If you want to like take in that last comment and make any changes, feel free. I'll get it merged. If not, I can totally do it. Thank you for putting in that effort. Like I merged it today just because like, yeah, I didn't want to leave you hanging. Like I know how disconcerting it is to make a PR and then like just have it hang. So yeah, like, it's better than it was. We can work on incremental improvement beyond it. If you want to, change things based on the comment, go for it. If not, I can do it too. It's not a big deal. Yes, absolutely, Crescendo. For sure. Yeah, oh, no, 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 no. Disdain, don't put a deadline on it at all. Do not put a deadline on it. If you get to it, awesome. If not, no worries. Like, yeah, this is a zero stress project. That's fine. I get it. I just wanted to let you know. That's all. Like, I don't want you to feel any pressure about this. That's why I merged in what you had already, because I thought it was totally good enough and we can improve in the future, but what you got is great. Yes, exactly, Akraf. Like, I can speak code where, like, the other people on the team can't. And they try. They're really good at what they do. Like, honestly, our entire product marketing team kills it. I got no negative things about it. I just simply think I'm more of a dev, and they would say the same thing. That's all. Even our CEO was like, "Hey, we want to make sure that you're keeping your dev chops up." And I was like, "Nah, I'm doing it. I stream, like I build side projects. I think we're good." But even our CEO understands that I need to keep my like, you know, I need to stay sharp. Our CEO is really good. Like his understanding of just the business and building like startup stuff and like all that. Like, yeah. I'm really stoked on the company. Like I might open the LinkedIn emails that are like, we found 3 roles for DevRel in your area. I might open those emails. I'm not applying to shit, which is probably a mistake because you should keep irons in the fire. But no, I really like the company I'm at so far. And my salary is very solid. Yeah, our CEO is really good at what he does. As far as like planning and working with the board and keep like steering this like ship that is the company. He's really good at that. We're still very much in like a startup mindset. But yeah, like man, it's really cool to like see some of the things they're doing to like keep building the company, right? Because I have no concept of that stuff. In the past, as an engineer, I have not been involved in what it takes to like build a startup. I'm just building the product. So yes, being like more involved, like even like everyone at this company is actually involved in the process, which is really cool actually. The company I was at previously, Fairwinds, would actually majorly benefit from some of the stuff that that we're doing here at Get Kraken. You know, like the way we're doing like missions, and I can't say too much probably because I don't want to dox anything, but yeah, how to run a startup, right? Calling Get Kraken a startup is a little fuzzy because it's a, you know, Get Kraken's been around for a decade, but we just got like private equity investment in the past 3 or 4 years, you know, like 2020, I think. We just got bought by private equity, basically. And yeah, so it's still very much like startup in that regard. Yeah, business management is tough, for sure. And yeah, like honestly, you're totally right, Crescendo. Like by me staying sharp, it's definitely a benefit. And that guy. So octopuses have 3 hearts, 2 to pump blood to the gills, while the third pumps it to the rest of the body. Interesting. Is that why they're able to survive out of the water for like upwards of like a half hour? I think even longer than that. And this is over on YouTube, so yeah, no worries. Like people on Twitch, you're not seeing that comment because that was a YouTube comment. But yeah, I didn't know that. I'll take it as fact. I don't need to verify. We're skipping this song. Get those lyrics out of my ears. They're pretty good, but cost of living is higher too. Cost of living is higher too, depending on where you live. Yeah, I don't think Get Kraken advertises their rates. I'm happy to say mine just because I believe transparency matters. I make 155K a year, and that is very respectable for DevRel. Like very respectable. Like it's why I'm not looking elsewhere, etc. Like DevRel caps out at like 200-ish K. Unless you're really like way up there, you know? Yeah, New York, LA are really expensive cities. San Francisco as well, like for sure. Oh, octopuses absorb oxygen through their skin as well as long as they stay moist. Interesting. And yes, Susa, I work at Get Kraken. Yep. And yeah, I believe in transparency, so I didn't mind saying it. Texas, Houston, a bit cheaper. Houston might be cheaper, but Houston is not a tech hub. Austin is a tech hub, and I believe Austin is somewhat expensive. Probably cheaper than San Fran and New York City, but, you know, just saying, like, if you're in a tech hub, you're going to be paying more for rent. Just, that's just how that works. So you still, like, even if you're in the US, you probably want to get a remote role where your rent is cheap. And then you can remote into a company that pays well. Staying wet is the key for their short excursions on the land. Well, hell yeah, that guy. Today we learned something about octopi. The biggest tech hubs, Seattle, San Fran, New York City. Those are like the number one, like biggest tech hubs. I think there's some others building out and, you know, like they're trying, but it depends on the type of tech at that point. Denver is building itself up for sure. Boston is really good for like financial stuff. Austin is also a tech hub at this point, right? Austin, Texas, Boston, Massachusetts, right, etc. Like there are other tech hubs building, but very few are at the level of San Fran, New York, and Seattle. I mean, SLC is crazy because that's where, like, oh my God, Tanner Lindsley from Tanstack, Kent C. Dodds, Ryan Florence. Like, it's kind of insane when you start to recognize how heavy, like, the Mormon influence on tech is. Like, it's actually thick. And it kind of makes sense. They don't go out and party, so they just have time to hack on things. Right? They don't party, so what else are they going to do? Build tech. It really is octopuses instead of octopi. Okay, good to know. Octopuses galore. That's a deep cut joke. Some people get it, some people won't. It's fine. And Melted Fire. No, I get it. Like, I've been to Utah and stayed at like a cabin that was like a block away from oh God, why am I spacing out? From Brighton, right? Like I've stayed at one of those A-frames that's like a block away from Brighton. I walked to the resort. Yeah, we partied. We partied real hard. But in the tech world, there are very few that actually party. My name's Chris and I like to party. League of Legends party. Oh. Oh. That sounds terrifying and toxic. Ugh. Now, Akraf, I just want to say, I don't know if I'm saying your name right. I play Singed. I'm a Singed main. So I don't think I'd be invited to your League of Legends parties. I'm pretty sure I would be excluded from your League of Legends parties. Oh, he's a Singed main? Fuck that dude. Yeah, right? Ooh, Yorick Urgot. Ooh, just as toxic, actually. Oh my God. Wow. Akraf, you take the toxic cake. Nailed it. You just hit the trifecta. You hit the triforce of toxicity with those three right there. You don't pick a champ unless it's toxic, right? Touche. I want to say you also pick Mordekaiser from time to time, right? You jerk. You fucking jerk. No, I actually, depending on who I'm playing, as a Singed, I can beat a Teemo. Right? Because often a Teemo will think that they can like totally 1v1 me. If I hit level 6 around the same time and I've got at least a little bit of items, like I know I won't be like caught up as far as CS. If once I hit level 6, I can usually kill that Teemo. Right? Because they'll think that they're winning and they'll try and fight me rather than just run. If you're a smart Teemo, then you just run. And you never, like, 1v1 a Singed. You just poke him. But, yeah. Ooh, we got a Tryndamere main? Ooh, okay. I used to enjoy playing against those, but I feel like they've buffed Tryndamere like massively. Ooh, Katarina, because she can like easily like jump over your like mushrooms by just doing like the thing that makes her like teleport to you or whatever. Yeah, that's a good point. Master Yi, anyone that has like a teleport skill that can skip over the mushrooms. Yeah, yeah, that's a good point. Meanwhile, I'm a Singe and I'll just run through them. You know, like fuck it. Rah! I'm just running at you. No, I like this stuff. Like, these are good, fun conversations. Have I finished up what I'm doing? Hell no. Have I even looked at the PR that someone wants me to look at? Nope, not yet. But we'll do it right now. 25 files changed? Uh. Wait, why did we need to bring in Shiki this way? Couldn't we just bring in Shiki as a dependency? This doesn't seem right. Yeah, I'm curious about why we needed to bring in Shiki as a package rather than just using it. I Okay, sure. So I get it, Salmon. What I'm wondering is like, what if we render a Shiki element, and the moment you click it, it turns into just a text area that isn't syntax highlighted? And then when you like leave that, it just becomes the Shiki version of it again? I don't know. Like, I'm just not sure I like the idea of bringing Shiki Editor in. Mm, right. Basically, like, it just toggles the element when you activate it. That sounds hackier. So I'm not pushing back against it yet. Like, I think, Salman, you did the research. This is probably the only way to do it, right? Yeah, let me go look at the deploys, right? Let's try it out. I think maybe they ended up doing some like formatting for it. But yeah, let's go look at it. And yeah, no, I think I hear what you're saying. Like, honestly, it'd be better if it was just the editor instead of like toggling the element once you focus it or some BS. Like, that sounds like a real clear path to not a great user experience. So I get it. And I think I agree that, yeah, just bringing in another package is probably worth it. So here's the biggest thing, M. Marvel. I want to point out, like, the years someone's been doing something is meaningless. Like, it's something you should really, really not worry about or consider. And here's the best way I can think of saying it. I've been snowboarding for, oh man, we're going on like 25 years. When I was like a snowboard bum, I had maybe 10 years under my belt. But there was a kid with only 3 years experience who went pro, and I never went pro. Right? Because of his ability to just push himself and hit like the people he rode with and all that stuff. My favorite phrase for this is, I think we all know people who've been playing guitar for 20 years and still suck. Me, I know people who've been snowboarding for 20 years and still suck. Because it's not about the years, it's about the effort you've put in during that time. So, don't worry about the years. Just put in the effort. There are so many people who are senior engineers that don't want to put in the effort anymore. Yeah, it's like, yeah, miles under your belt, not years you put in. That is so much more important, right? Time in the saddle. That time is not the years you've been doing it, it's the time you've actually been riding that horse. So, yeah, you can put in more hours on that horse in 3 years than some people have put in their 20-year career, you know? Which is why, like, those numbers are meaningless. Like, yeah, it's an appeal to authority. Anytime someone tells me, like, just listen to me, I've been doing this for X amount of years, I immediately think, fuck you. That shit doesn't mean anything, and you're trying to make me just assume that you know better because of the time you've been doing something? Fuck that. Like, no. Anytime someone uses the amount of time they've been doing something to convince you of something, it means they don't understand the problem well enough, or they're not willing to put in the effort to explain it well enough that they want to take the shortcut. And if they're going to say that, well then, yeah, how many other shortcuts are they taking? Right? Listen to me, I know best, without explaining why? No, you shouldn't be listening to that person. Nah, just don't. If they can't explain why, they probably don't actually know why. And they just want you to listen because they don't want to put in any effort. And effort is more important than years. Yes, I've set up servers, for sure. Sure, Crissetto, right? Like, one of my favorite things is like, yeah, you got 20 years of 1 year's worth of experience. because they keep starting over and getting only 1 year like under their belt for a thing they build. Which is why like tutorial hell and like switching technologies and all that stuff is actually no good, right? If you're chasing the latest and greatest technology, you're probably not getting deep knowledge on building things. But yes, Lord of the Dreams, I build all sorts of shit. Peer-to-peer hybrid versus peer-to-peer. I don't know the difference in that though. When you say peer-to-peer server, I'm not sure what you mean. Are you talking like a WebSocket server? Like, I don't know what hybrid means in that context. Could you like explain the terms a little better? Beyond WebSockets, I haven't done anything that crazy with peer-to-peer stuff. So if you're talking like IPFS or gun.eco or a lot of that stuff, like, no, I haven't built those kind of apps. I have built servers, I have built REST APIs. No, I'm not familiar with like matchmaking in general. Nah, it's not the type of apps I've built. No, no worries, Marvel. Like, seriously. I was a snowboard bum for 10 years out of high school. Like, more than 10 years, actually. I snowboarded 150 days a year. From the age of 18 to basically the age of 30. And then I got into tech. So I've only been a dev for like 10 years. But man, I would happily do some kind of competition against other 10-year devs because I've been putting in the effort instead. Like, I am fascinated by this stuff. I do it every single chance I get. I stream outside of work 30 plus hours a week just building stuff and chatting with other devs. How many devs do you know that put in that effort? So again, like, effort is more important than some bullshit like time metric. And you can't measure effort. You can just assess effort. And it's different, right? When you chat with some people, you can just simply recognize that they put in the effort. And then you can chat with other people and recognize that they have not put in the effort. Hell yeah, Cressetto. But even then, don't discount people that haven't put in the effort because they may still have knowledge that could benefit you. Like, they may be really good at doing the corporate thing, right? Being a dev is not just your technical chops. Being a dev is how do you work with a team? How do you work with management? All those things are hard to measure. So instead, just because someone's been a dev for 20 years but still sucks at the dev part doesn't mean they don't have something to offer. They might be really good at the corporate part, and you could learn from that. They might be really good at managing a team. So don't discount people just because they're not as technical as you want them to be. That's also an important thing too. Yeah, right? Drive, right? You can't buy drive. You know? No course is going to teach motivation. That's something that comes from in here. And yeah, you need variety. You can't have cookie cutter copies of just a really technical person. That team isn't going to get shit done. Because they're going to get hung up on really technical things that don't actually matter sometimes. I struggle to think of a good example, but they exist for sure. Yeah. I mean, the idea of tutorial hell is absolutely a thing. Tutorial hell? Yeah, no, you can get stuck in tutorial hell for years, just putting in 1 year worth of effort into 20 plus things. That's 20 years of experience, but again, like, it's not deep. It's very shallow, you know? And yeah, thank you for the follows, Samuel Shang and Melted Fire. I appreciate that. No, I appreciate it. Yeah, like, how'd you find it? Was that just through like a Google search or something? Or, yeah, like, I'm always curious, like, how the stream gets discovered. Because discoverability is like a problem on Twitch a little bit, you know? And yeah, Melted Fire, I'm going to be in Salt Lake City in like 2 weeks. I'm going to be at KubeCon. I'll be giving a talk about like gradual release hashing algorithms, right? At Open Feature Summit. Oh, Salmon, you found it from an X notification. All right, sweet. Yeah, Melted Fire. If you make it out to KubeCon, let's hang out. And if not, like, there's parties going on at night that we can hang out to. No, it's fine, Salmon. Twitch really sucks with their notifications. For sure. Anyone here who wants to get, like, the most accurate and up-to-date, like, notifications, etc., I announce when I'm going live over in my announcements channel on the Discord. My Discord community and channel is the best place to get notified when I'm going live. I announce pretty much every day. I've missed like once, maybe twice in the past year where I went live and forgot to announce it over in announcements. So the Discord channel and subscribing to that specific channel is the best way to get like that, hey, I just went live notification. Twitch's notifications kind of suck. Even Twitter's kind of suck. The hat color does kind of denote something for sure. I'm really not a part of that universe, so I don't really know that much. There is an entire community that you might want to check out called InfoSec Streams. So yeah, this community right here, they used to like include me in this list, but I just don't fit. But I consider like myself to be like stream friends with most of these people, like BlazeBits, like Het Tanis, Theo, B Theo, different Theo than the one you're thinking of probably. Ending with Ali, right? Like, yes, I am familiar and stoked to be affiliated with them via the category in so many ways. And if you're ever looking for hacking / like, you know, security streams, this is the best website to find them, for sure. Yeah, I don't do security stuff as much. GoPro Slowyo. Yeah, he's a major person that we love to see every chance we can here in stream. Like, they're a mod, for sure. Chad B. Noob, like, yeah. So many of these people. Awesome people. Stoked to just simply even be associated. They used to put me in the list. I don't think I belong, so I'm kind of glad that I'm not in that list because it would be misleading. But if you're interested in Hack the Box and security in general and all that stuff, I highly recommend checking out these communities. All right, so let's check this out, this deploy preview. It does look really nice, and I would assume that the theme we pick... Ooh, all right, this is really nice, actually. Okay, so Salmon, awesome. I would like to maybe take some time to evaluate it tomorrow because we're about to wrap up today and I don't want to rush it. It's a large enough PR that I want to double check it. So tomorrow we'll look at it. And yes, I don't normally stream on Sundays, but because I'm going to be gone all week at the office, I'm going to stream tomorrow. I need to double check when my flight is tomorrow night. But yeah, like you won't see me streaming again until Saturday. Like, after tomorrow. I'll stream tomorrow. Oh, we get an extra hour tonight? Oh, I didn't know that. Ooh, yeah, Crisetto. So you were recommending the same thing, like this feature, and this is like exactly what you were looking for. So, hell yeah, awesome. And I think it really does work. And I think it's better than like the hacky thing I was thinking of. The hacky thing I was thinking of was like, oh yeah, like, you got like the text snippet, you click it, and it just becomes like a BS, like non-highlighted text input. Nah, this is better. This is better for sure. Yeah, good reminder. Thanks, Johnhua. And yeah, I might have convinced Taco Bandit to join us for our Sunday night like comedy show thing. So that sounds great, doesn't it? Yeah, just the more the merrier. And yeah, Janhua, I will say, I don't know for sure, but I hope it does. I hope your ticket can at least get you into like the after party. So the Tuesday night like party for JS Nation React Summit, I'd say try and come hang out anyway. And I think it'll probably end up being at some place over in Jersey anyway. Like last year, it was at one of the barcades. It was just like the Jersey barcade rather than like the New York one that we went to. They do different things, Lord of the Dreams. Like, nah. I think that dichotomy, like trying to pick one, completely ignores like the problem that you're trying to solve. Language choice doesn't matter until you identify the problem. So yeah, I'm sorry, like, no, we don't like the X versus Y stuff in general anyway. There's just no value to it without the context. And once you really pick the context, the language decides itself most of the time. Oh, I get it there, Janhua. Like, honestly, I think you were totally right that the ticket you have is remote only. But we can probably hang out that Tuesday night. Like, and the after party is probably fine. Like last year at the barcade, you could have walked in like an hour after the start. No problem. No one was checking. Right? Like at the beginning, they check and then they give up. They don't care. I would assume that it'll be that way this year too. And yeah, that's fine, Lord of the Dreams, but again, like without context, that question about what language to pick is meaningless. And eventually, with the context, the choice is made for you. So, yeah, I'm sorry, we don't entertain that kind of thing. You can get really, really deep with both of them, you know? Like my favorite article about performance is from Junior to Genius. And this is a C# article, right? It's purely about C#, but when you start digging into the things they did and the things they had to fix and what they ended up doing, like it's as deep as C++ would go as well, right? Like they end up getting into SIMD and like all sorts of shit in like a really crazy way. This is my absolute favorite blog post about optimization in general. So I recommend watching this. Like I not watching, but reading this. And I will do some YouTube video about it at some point. Hopefully Theo doesn't beat me to it, but he's had 2 years, so whatever. I'll do a reaction video eventually. Procrastinate? I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. Yeah, C# is fine. Like, you can dig deep into performance in C# in a way that most people would not expect, right? You can do so in Java. You can do so in, like, so many languages that the language becomes less important. It's about understanding the platform you're on and the problem you're trying to solve. So without context, any language decision is meaningless. Right? Like, I think that's the biggest thing to take away from this rant. And I rant all the time. But again, Lord of the Dreams, I highly recommend reading this article. I'll paste it again if you want. Like, it is my favorite about optimization. No, it's definitely worth reading. You don't have to read it right now. I'm just saying, like, you should definitely read it. Definitely just, like, skim it, you know? Get good at skimming. But reading this article will make you a better dev. I believe that wholeheartedly. Reading this article will make you a better developer. I think so. How about this? You read it. Let me know if you feel the same way after reading it. And we can chat about it tomorrow. But hold on. I do want to read this one. Oh, wait. Hold on. An amusing story about a practical use for the null garbage collector. So this is also a thing that relates to performance and understanding, like memory leaks and blah, blah, blah. So here we go. Norman H. Cohen wrote, "The only programs I know of with deliberate memory leaks are those whose executions are short enough and whose target machines have enough virtual memory space that running out of memory is not a concern. This class of programs includes many student programming exercises and some simple applets and utilities. It includes few, if any, embedded or safety-critical programs." So then, Kent Mitchell chimes in, "This sparked an interesting memory for me. I was once working with a customer who was producing onboard software for a missile. In my analysis of the code, I pointed out that they had a number of problems with storage leaks. Read that as memory leaks. Imagine my surprise when the customer's chief software engineer said, 'Of course it leaks.' He went on to point out that they had calculated the amount of memory the application would leak in the total possible flight time for the missile. And then they just doubled that number. They added this much additional memory to the hardware to support the leaks. Since the missile will explode when it hits its target or at the end of its flight, the ultimate in garbage collection is performed without programmer intervention." Right? Understand what you're building before you waste thousands of fucking hours refactoring this thing when an extra $2 on the motherboard would suffice. Right? An extra $2 for the hardware versus the thousands of hours of software engineering, right? As a developer, you should be considering the cost-benefit analysis of everything you do. That is really one of the things that separates juniors from seniors. What is the value of the time you're going to put into this versus what you could do cheaper and easier? Is it worth building out your own library for all this stuff? Is it worth fixing the memory leaks? Nah, man. The extra hardware is actually easier to justify in like the line item when we're billing the customer for these things, right? Yeah, the hardware cost. That's just the hardware cost. Amortizing the software cost is actually a lot harder to convince someone of. At the end of the day, doubling the RAM might be worth it. So yeah, melted fire. Like, I get it. Yeah, throw hardware at the software problem. But the most expensive resource at any software development like organization in general is developer time. Not the hardware. Developer time. So fearsome. Difference between software developer and software engineer? Would you consider people building software for a missile to not be engineers? I think developer versus engineer is actually a bullshit dichotomy. I don't think it actually matters. I don't care. Yeah, doubling the RAM is absolutely cheaper than a single day of dev time. And I would bet that fixing the memory leaks is more than just 1 day of dev time. The most expensive resource at any organization is developer time, not hardware. The moment that hardware is more expensive, well then yeah, you can throw developer time at it. But that's a nice problem to have. Rebooting the server is cheaper than fixing the memory leak, right? The case I'm presenting, they are engineers. I just want to point out, I just disagree. RAM won't fix a crash, but we're not talking about a crash. The crash only happens if you run out of RAM. Say you had the time? No, this person was a contractor. Every hour they spend doing something costs somebody money. You don't have the time. You have to pay that engineer for their time no matter what. And at an organization, if you have time to where the dev can fix this problem rather than delivering features, yeah, there's layoffs coming. Because delivering features is more important than optimizing hardware. And that's where I really push back on the engineer versus developer argument. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit. I'm technically a developer. Because I care more about the bottom line and getting shit done than I do about perfect engineering. We're not building a fucking airplane here, right? We're delivering software that we aren't even sure is going to last, right? Does this software need to be there for years? Nah, right? We might throw the entire thing away after A/B testing it. I think developer versus engineer is actually a bullshit argument in most cases. The people that get hung up on how dare you use the word engineer for your work are the same type of people that would spend weeks optimizing a thing that doesn't actually impact the bottom line. Right? I'm not saying engineers are those people. I'm saying the people that care about the word engineer versus developer. The people that care about that semantic argument are definitely the kind of people that don't actually understand business. In my opinion, keep that in mind. We can disagree. So yeah, just saying fearsome. I'm not trying to drive you away. I'm just pointing out that everybody needs to actually care about the cost-benefit analysis. That's what actually makes a junior versus a senior. Not a dev versus an engineer. I think dev versus engineer is meaningless unless engineer is a protected term in the country you're from. then it does matter. Here in the US, nah. Software engineer versus software developer, they're the same thing. They really are. Maybe in Canada, it matters. I don't know. I know in Europe, it matters. Like in Germany, engineer is a protected term. But I think that's those governments totally missing the point, right? So yeah, in Canada, it's a protected term, so it matters. I understand that. When push comes to shove, does it though? And I think that's the main point I'm trying to make. Yes, I totally understand four wheel. I totally get it. People from countries where they actually mean something different. Here in the US, the people that are arguing that, it doesn't matter. It's not worth your time. Am I speaking from experience? I don't think so. I'm speaking from like my streamer experience because we get people pushing back on these terms from time to time. Because I live in the US, like, no, the difference between those terms has not ever mattered. But hold up. We're at 7:30 p.m. I want to finish up what we're doing because I want to play some games. I want to go play some games with Algo Bro, Acorn, and Robotic Head, and I am slacking. They are probably bummed that I'm taking so long, so I need to wrap up. I need to wrap this shit up. We should go find someone to raid. Who is streaming right now that we should definitely go raid into? And I'll be here tomorrow because, yes, I'll be gone for like a week. So I definitely want to go hang out with someone. Right? Like, I definitely want to raid somebody, etc. Oh, we're definitely going to go raid Matisse Tech. He raided us yesterday. He deserves it. Oh, Earend's great. He's a good dude. I like to repay the people that raid me. And we haven't seen an Earend raid for ages, just timing. Like, it's not his fault. We have raided Earend within the past couple months, and I could totally do it again, but I want to pay it forward to Matisse Tech because he raided us yesterday, and he's awesome. And Earend is great, too. Keep that in mind. Like, Earend's awesome. I just feel like we have a better overlap, and I owe Matisse as well. But, yes, if it comes down to it, and I can't find someone that's raided me, like, recently, Earend definitely gets it because he's awesome. He's a really good, fun stream. Like, he's great. This is not any, like, negativity towards anybody. It's just simply, like, you got to pick someone, and I got to pick some criteria to pick someone. That's all. Okay, they're fearsome. So I get it. Again, fearsome. Yes, if you're in Canada, developer versus engineer really matters because engineer is a protected term and you have to get like a license to call yourself that, right? So I get it. Here in the US, it's very different. And yeah, that's the only way I was like approaching that term. So apologies if I didn't make that clear from the start. So yeah, YouTube, Algora, and Twitter, I will bid you all farewell. We're going to let like the raid go elsewhere, but for you guys, this is the end. Algora, Twitter, and YouTube. Cheers. Thank you all for hanging out. This was just the best. Great stream today.